3, 2, 1. Hey, liebes
Hallo.
Internet. Grüßt euch doch erstmal.
Heute ganz gemütlich.
Heute komplett auf gemütlich. Heute komplett hier aus dem Homeoffice sozusagen.
Genau.
Heute live vor Ort. Heute mit Shauna.
Grüßt euch.
Grüßt euch. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Heute auch noch gemütlicher eigentlich, weil heute ohne störende Gäste.
Elena,
Heute komplett, wir haben das Internet für uns heute.
so klappt's doch, oder?
Also für
An
mich,
so einem Sonntag ist das aber auch einfach gemütlicher.
ja, ist wirklich so. Man muss nicht reden, man muss sich keine komischen Fragen überlegen. Ihr müsst euch auch keine Fragen überlegen. Ihr habt auch heute komplett stressfrei dann eigentlich.
Naja, ihr könnt uns ja Fragen stellen.
Stimmt. Das könnt ihr machen, wenn ihr unbedingt wollt. Wenn ihr meint, das wäre die richtige Entscheidung. Schau, was machen wir heute?
So, wir gucken uns heute den Indie Arena Booth online an. Ich persönlich war da noch nicht drauf. Warst du schon drauf?
Ein bisschen.
Ja?
Nur ein bisschen. Ein ganz kleines bisschen.
Okay,
Ganz kleines bisschen.
Dann guck ich gleich mal, was ich da noch entdecken kann.
Ja, ich kann da auch noch alles entdecken, weil ich war da wirklich nur ein bisschen drauf. Also
Okay.
meine Zeit darauf ist ungefähr insgesamt vielleicht 3 Minuten oder so.
Ach so, ja gut. Aber hast du auch
Bisschen.
ein Level abgehabt oder bist du noch Level 1?
Nee, man kommt nur, ich weiß schon so viel, man kommt nur als Level 3 überhaupt rein.
Ach so, oh, okay. Ja,
Ja.
gut, das wusste ich noch nicht.
Und dementsprechend halt die Level 3.
Ja, schaffen wir heute locker.
Mal gucken, mal sehen.
Wie gut wir sind, so wie immer.
Wir versuchen das mal. Wie lange kann man noch auf die Online-Booth? Das ist eine gute Frage. Das weiß ich gar nicht. Ich glaube, heute auf jeden Fall noch, ne? Und dann wahrscheinlich ab morgen nicht mehr. Heute Abend ist ja Ende, denke ich mal. Heute ist
Ich
der
gehe
letzte
davon
Tag.
aus, ja.
Ja. Genau, also,
Heute
Meister
alle
Eder?
nochmal ein bisschen hochleveln.
Ja,
Und dann würde ich auch gleich mal einen Charakter noch erstellen, ne? Wir müssen ja noch den sträuchigen.
das machen wir jetzt. Das machen wir jetzt. Wir gehen jetzt mal direkt hier ins Game rein. Wir haben das hier alles schon vorbereitet. Und ich hüpfe hier schon rum durch die Gegend, aber wir haben noch nichts gemacht. Also wir haben bisher nur das ganze Ding hier gestartet. Und was man hier jetzt machen kann, viele von euch werden es ja schon gesehen haben, man kann sich hier seinen eigenen Charakter erstellen. Und da kommt der lang ersehnte, lang erwartete Indie-Sträuche-Raid.
Grüßt euch natürlich erstmal an dieser Stelle.
Leute, grüßt euch ganz besonders. Ihr seid uns am meisten am Herzen.
Nein, ich habe alle gleich lieb.
Ja. Geht der Shit hier nicht automatisch? Jetzt geht er wieder
So.
automatisch, ne? Ja. Das ist dieser sogenannte Zweitkanal. Willkommen auf twitch.tv/indiearenabooth, dem zweitbesten Kanal im Internet, kann man
Das stimmt,
sagen,
ja,
oder?
das stimmt.
Mhm.
So. Und
Genau.
erstmal finde ich es jetzt wichtig, dass wir rosa werden.
Also
so
fang mit
klappt's
der Farbe an, ne?
Ja, also das ist das Wichtigste eigentlich.
Was ist denn dann das Beste? Also das ist so ein bisschen diese Kombination, aber der hat ja auch
nur
schon,
die Hautfarbe, das ist ja auch ein bisschen.
also oder das hier, ist der dunkel dabei auch, ne?
War da oben noch irgendwas? Das blau-grün, das da?
Das da?
Oh nee, nee.
Schäbig, ne?
Das ist schäbig.
Auch schäbig.
Ich meine, schon, wieso haben die denn keine Indie-Sträuchenfarben
Ja, warum
eingebaut?
sind die Farben
das
alle
finde
so
ich jetzt aber
schäbig?
auch schwierig.
Teenie.
Ehrlich.
Aber also am ehesten finde ich von den Farbfarben hier das hier, aber es
Ist
fühlt sich hier
wirklich
noch nicht so
schön.
gut ein. Aber wir haben ja auch noch nicht die Elemente ausgesucht.
Stimmt. Vielleicht machen wir das jetzt erstmal mit dieser Farbe.
Genau.
Und dann
Das ist eine
gucken wir
Farbe,
noch
mit der
mal.
man arbeiten kann und dann gucken wir mal, wie es für uns klappt. Welchen Kopf fühlst du so?
Schauen wir mal. Ich finde das Gekritzel ja auch.
Es gibt das Gekritzel.
Das
Es ist schon ultimativ dumm, ne?
ist schon wirklich dumm.
Es gibt einen Schuh.
Schuh finde ich auch nicht schlecht.
Schuh ist eigentlich, was ist das hier?
Ich glaube, das ist ein bisschen abstrakter, oder? Oder sind das
Da
Hörner?
fand ich den Schuh besser.
Der Schuh ist schon kultig, aber geh noch mal runter, man weiß ja nicht, was da noch so...
Ja.
Ein Clown? Clown finde ich auch nicht schlecht.
Oh Mann, was ist mit diesem Clown?
Der mit der Cap ist natürlich auch so ein bisschen im Sträuch-Style.
Den meinst du?
Ja.
Aber der ist mir zu normal,
Der ist ein
glaube ich.
bisschen zu normal,
Der ist
ja.
mir zu normal. Was hier für Sachen dabei sind, ne?
Ich lieb's.
Was ist das, ein dreiköpfiger?
Die Bierflaschen sind auch nicht schlecht. Ohne Kopf einfach.
Einfach flaschenmäßig unterwegs, aber... Oh, hier ist eine richtige Flasche. Also ich fand den Schuh bisher am besten, glaube ich. Oder hier ist ein Bier. Was meinst du?
Also ich glaube, ich würde jetzt auch keinen richtigen Kopf nehmen.
Nee.
Das ist ein bisschen langweilig. Also entweder Schuh, ein Bier Und das Gekritzel finde ich auch immer noch nicht schlecht.
Oder das Gekritzel. Wir können noch mit dem Gekritzel mal anfangen. Gucken, was gibt es für Körper. Vielleicht kriegen wir da auch einen möglichst... Nein, hier ist man ein bisschen beschränkter. In welchem Körper siehst du dich am ehesten? In welchem Körper fühlst du dich?
In welchem Körper fühle ich mich? Geh mal runter. Schon der muskulöse,
Der hier?
das ist mein Körper, würde ich sagen.
Das stimmt. Ja. Das stimmt. Aber wir wollen dich hier nicht nachbauen.
Ja gut, dann vielleicht doch nicht. Dann vielleicht auch nicht das Gekritzel. Ich meine, das...
Du, wir können den auch nehmen hier. Ist doch für mich auch okay. Den muskulösen. Dann bleiben uns ja nur noch... Achso, wir können nur noch Körper und...
Ja, wir gehen nochmal zu den Körpern. Ich finde, da kann man auch...
Der ist es noch nicht, ne?
Der ist es nicht. Den runden unten, den letzten?
Den hier? So den?
Oder den anderen runden da links.
Den.
Finde ich auch nicht schlecht.
Gut, nehmen wir den.
Das sieht nämlich jetzt ein bisschen aus, als wäre das der Kopf und dann oben ist das so die Gedankenblase und da bei uns die Gedanken eher nicht so on point sind, passt das, finde ich, ganz gut.
Bei uns sind die Gedanken nicht so on point.
Aber die Farbe gefällt mir trotzdem noch nicht eigentlich.
Mm.
Aber jetzt haben wir nämlich halt auch die Hautfarbe gar nicht mehr mit drin, ne?
Ein bisschen ausprobieren hier. Du schreist Stopp, wenn du denkst, boah, das sah ja geil aus.
Also das gerade das davor, mach mal einen rechts. Da finde ich, sind beide Farben so ein bisschen mit drin. Ne? Das Auge ist nämlich blau und...
Ach, das ist das Auge jetzt.
Ja, das meine ich ja, genau. Das
so.
ist jetzt der Kopf. Wir haben halt keinen Körper mehr.
Wir haben vor allem eine kultige Laufanimation, weil guck mal, genau so gehe ich morgens immer zum Mini-Center.
Das stimmt, wirklich. Kann ich bestätigen.
Ja. So,
okay.
Was man hier machen kann in diesem kultigen Summercamp, ist, man kann hier mit Sachen interagieren. Habe ich schon gesehen. Kultige Größe zurück, Gitarre. Kultiger Name. Zum Beispiel hier mit diesem hier. Und dann hat man hier unten Dialog. Hey Camp Rookie, are you here for the most amazing summer camp experience ever? Yeah, awesome. Here, take this, you need this und boom. So kriegt man dann seine...
Okay, also durch Dialoge. Oder auch durch...
Man
kann auch Dinge finden, ne?
Genau,
versteckte...
das andere, also ich kann das ist jetzt das Einzige, was ich schon weiß, ne? Hier ist noch dieser Kasten, wenn man da drauf klickt, findet man etwas, ein Patch, und auch das gibt einem, glaube ich...
Ach, die kann man sammeln.
Level up. Genau, und dann hat man hier so ein Sticker-Album oder Patch-Album, guck mal, 15 Seiten sogar lang.
Ja, die schaffen wir heute alle.
Die schaffen wir locker alle in dieser
wir.
Dreiviertelstunde, die wir heute haben. So, genau.
Ist das denn der einzige Bereich gerade, den wir betreten können? Hier
Ja, weil wenn ich zuerst mit dem Großen getalkt hätte, was ich nicht getan habe, da hätte der mir gesagt, wir brauchen Level 3, um reinzukommen. Und das machen wir jetzt noch.
You're ready. Ja schon Level 3. Also.
Eben, und deshalb lässt er uns jetzt rein und dann geht's wirklich los. Okay. So. Und das war auch das, was ich jetzt hier wusste. Alles andere weiß ich nicht.
Level 50.
Von daher, wer ist das denn? Mihailo. So Leute, wer Lust hat, mit uns da jetzt rumzulaufen, wir sind am Startpunkt und schließt euch an. Wir latschen jetzt ein bisschen durch die Gegend hier, würde ich sagen, und gucken uns mal um. Denn wir sind ehrlich, wir haben uns das noch nicht so viel angeguckt.
Genau, aber finde ich auch, ist doch besser, oder? Dann können wir es mit euch gemeinsam entdecken. Ist doch blöd, wenn wir das alles schon wissen und da gezielt drauf hinsteuern.
Richtig. So.
Aber die sind aber auch schon alle echt gut dabei, ne? Also alle schon so über die 40.
Bis wie viel geht's denn?
Ich denke mal 50, sonst wäre der ja nicht so blau.
Okay. Das war...
Obwohl, nee, der andere ist auch blau und da oben ist schon... Okay, also ich würde vermuten 50.
Kultiges Feuer hier in der Mitte.
Aber wie schade, wenn das dann nach der Gamescom alles wieder weg ist. Wofür hat man das dann gemacht? Das ist dann ein bisschen die Frage.
Ja, Valentina, stell dich!
Kriegt man dann wenigstens irgendwas?
Was bringt es uns, wenn es nach der Gamescom wieder alles weg ist? Oh, hier ist ein Sticker-Enthusiast.
Das hat auch ein bisschen was echt von dem echten IAW, ne? Also so
von den Leuten, die da rumlaufen, ne?
Das auf jeden Fall auch.
Das auf jeden Fall. So, Stickers. I could need some help finding a sticker around this place. Ja, schon. Ist der Sticker Guy? What are you looking for?
So. Gibt's einen kultigen?
So, schon, aber was interessiert dich am meisten? Project Leader, Project Manager oder Operations Manager?
Nee, der Leader.
Der Leader?
Ja,
spielt sich am ehesten an.
Ja. Ich bin so ein Leader-Typ.
Ja, stimmt. Sticker 82, you say? Not too long ago, I heard someone exclaim he found a sticker close to the fireplace. His mouth was stuffed with marshmallows, but I think he said something about the project lead. Okay. Also hier irgendwo, und dann, das kenne ich schon von der Mac. Guck mal, hier funkelt es so. Und wenn es so funkelt.
Da ist er ja.
Ja! Sag doch, wir haben Genie gewonnen!
Und das ist unser hast du richtiges
Warum ist denn da nicht Dini drauf?
Ja, Mensch.
Was ist denn das für ein Müll, Valentina?
Man.
Hä?
Ja, schöne Überraschung an dieser Stelle. Gut, dass wir uns für den entschieden haben.
Alohomora. Service your calling is not available at the moment. Please come back when you reach level 50. Ach, guck mal, hier hat man so direkt am Anfang...
Damit man da auch weiß, wofür man das macht.
Ja, dann kann man durchs Feuer gehen oder was. Und dann, wenn man durchs Feuer gegangen wird, wird die Zahl blau.
Aber ach so, dann kann man, das ist wie so ein Rebirth oder wie man das in anderen Games nennt, dass wenn man dann wieder von Null anfangen kann und dann ist man blau und kann dann wieder, also das ist jetzt eine Vermutung, keine Ahnung.
Ach, guck mal, wer hier seinen Stand hat. Kult und Part. Ich hab schon nirgendwo hingeklickt. Was hab ich denn gemacht? Wer ist denn Ron Morrow? Danke. Grüß dich, Ron. Aber was ich eigentlich sagen wollte, hier Kult und Party Publisher, Head Up. Was gibt's denn hier so Schönes, Schräg? Du, nee.
Also sowas machen wir nicht.
Wir wollen jetzt hier nicht auf Webseiten rumdaddeln.
Wir sind klein jetzt geworden, ne?
Jetzt ist es ein bisschen klein. Warum ist er jetzt so klein geworden? Guck mal, ist der heißt Mo?
Ja.
Das wusste ich gar nicht.
Wusste ich auch nicht.
Ich dachte immer, der heißt Hedy.
Hedy? Also das hast du dir aber ausgedacht, oder?
Nein. Ich hatte immer, das ist Dieter Scheller hier. Oh, okay.
Vielleicht ihm nachempfunden.
Wahrscheinlich. Warum ist das jetzt so klein?
Also auf jeden Fall brauchst du auf die nicht draufklicken, weil das sind nur die Links zu Steam,
Genau.
Twitter und Twitch, würde ich sagen.
Guck mal, ist das der ganze Head-Up-Stand hier? Ist ein bisschen traurig, oder? Das ist dann nicht wirklich der ganze Stand, oder? Hier ist schon so eine Merch-Ecke vom Indie Arena Booth, glaube ich, ne? Hier kann man doch sicherlich...
Auf die Website.
Guck mal, hier kann man sich die Shirts bestellen.
Wer das noch nicht getan hat, ne, an dieser Stelle.
Gönnt sie euch. Kult-Shirts, was ist das hier?
Oh, wir dürfen ja auch nicht, um das Patch zu bekommen.
Indie Arena Booth, okay. Aber warum ist der Head-Up-Stand da so winzig?
Tja.
Schlecht gemacht. So. Okay, wo soll ich lang gehen?
Ich würde einfach mal drauf loslaufen.
Komm, ich laufe einfach mal hier in diesen Dschungel rein. Hier, ne? BMVI. Soll da wirklich hin? Das klingt sterbenslangweilig.
Ja, das klingt wirklich langweilig.
Dann gehen wir mal hin. So, was gibt's denn noch? Hack the Tree, hey.
Da unten ist auch Thunderful. Können wir auch gleich nochmal. Aber die sind alle so klein, die Stände.
Das Semi-Streiche-Stand ja größer. Kennst du eigentlich unseren Stand?
Nein, kenn ich noch nicht.
Vielleicht finden wir den ja durchs bloß rumlaufen. Ich kenne den, wenn man hier über die Map geht, aber wir wollen einfach mal so ein bisschen herumhüpfen. Wer hüpft da mit uns mit? Doch niemand. Ich dachte, wir hätten schon jemanden, der sich uns anschließt. Hier ist die DEFCON, auch irgendwie so ein bisschen Shadow-Stand, aber hier
das ist schon wieder, genau.
Irgendwas. Level up, was habe ich gefunden?
Ach, jetzt kriegen wir die sind,
glaube ich... Guck mal, schön.
Oh, das sind jetzt die wir eben hätten erfragen können. Einer fehlt uns davon noch.
Okay. Aber ja, wir wollen lieber ein bisschen rumlaufen auch, ne? Also ich glaube wir finden jetzt nicht alle...
Hä?
Meinst du?
Das ist doch unser Ziel heute hier, oder?
Okay, hier gibt es also noch mehr. Ein
Sticker gibt's noch.
Was ist die hier? Das ist aber nicht...
noch mehr. Das ist aber nicht der...
Sponsor? Ne, es gibt hier die Leute, die beim IAB arbeiten, oder? Die cornern hier doch alle irgendwo.
Ja, aber den wichtigsten haben wir ja schon.
Wir haben Genie.
Genau.
Oh, soll ich mal in das Tent biegen?
Ja, piek da mal rein.
Piek mal rein, oder? Oh.
Oh nein.
Nee. Das geht
jetzt
nicht.
hast du aber auch nicht mehr Fullscreen.
Ach so, schon die ganze Zeit nicht, oder?
Nee, war gerade durch das Tent.
Durch das Tent.
Du kannst auch auf der Minimap gucken.
Warte mal, ich habe gesehen, es gibt hier auch so eine... Das ist eine Hall-Map, also ist für den aktuellen Bereich hier. Ach, guck mal, hier.
Da sieht man auch, welche wir schon gefunden haben, oder?
Ach ja, guck mal, hier ist abgehakt.
Ja, aber sind nur die pinken welche, wo man was finden kann?
X Solar is not discovered. Was sind die gelben?
Achso, ich glaube nicht, nicht darum, dass man was gefunden hat.
Guck mal, aber hier die pinken, das sind die Karten.
Aber ich könnte auch, da steht discovered. Achso, es steht auch
nicht. Aber warum,
okay.
warum kriege ich hier schon gespoilert, dass das dieses Kärtchen hier ist?
Achso, da muss man halt einfach hingehen und sich das holen.
Hotel Up not yet discovered, stimmt doch gar nicht. Ich doch discovered. Oder muss man sich da alles anklicken oder was? Wie klappt das für uns? Wir holen uns jetzt erstmal hier das...
Ach, die mit den Haken sind die Aussteller, die Stickies haben. Okay, die anderen sind nur zum Tauchen.
So, Thunderful hat noch einen Sticker. Na, guck mal hier.
Stimmt bei ihm. Ja.
So, und jetzt gucken wir mal hier. Nice Weather. Nein, wir wollen jetzt hier nicht mit dir reden.
Nee.
Wissen, wer Thunderful ist. So, und jetzt steht hier immer noch not yet discovered.
Geh mal drauf, richtig. Vielleicht musst du dich da auf den Stand stellen. So richtig ein bisschen...
Oder man muss mit allem hier einmal interagieren.
Das wäre aber albern, oder?
Valentina, not yet discovered.
Geh mal richtig drauf, kannst du nicht so... Ja,
ich geh mal richtig.
Genau, auf den Teppich da.
Guck mal, Raubling.
Grüßt euch.
Grüßt euch doch erstmal. Hey, grüßt euch, vielen Dank für den Raid. Webseite nur, habe ich das jetzt discovered? Ich glaube, bei Raubling, da wird mit dieser Tage auch fleißig, werden hier die Demos vom IAB angegamed. Und ich glaube, da wurde auch schon über den Stand gelaufen, habe ich schon gesehen.
So klappt's. Dann können wir ja gleich mal gucken, welche ihr davon schon gesehen habt. Vielleicht kommt ja jetzt jemand von euch mit hier zu uns.
Du musst den Blitz ansprechen. Habe ich doch gerade schon. Da habe ich die Karte bekommen. Oder muss man den Dialog einmal durchklicken sozusagen, um das Discover zu haben? Nope. Nein, was ist das denn hier? Das macht mich richtig fertig.
So klappt das nicht.
So klappt es nicht, aber ist mir jetzt auch egal.
Scheiß auf Thunderful, wenn die nicht wollen.
Thunderful, nee, wenn die nicht discovered werden wollen, dann discover ich die auch nicht. Wenn ihr das machen wollt, Leute, dann gönnt euch das hier an dieser Stelle. Wir gehen jetzt mal hier ein bisschen weiter, glaube ich.
Ja, geh mal auf einen anderen Booth. Nennt man die Booths, die Bereiche?
Halls nennt man die, glaube ich, weil das ist ja hier die sogenannte Hall Map.
Ah, okay.
Und jetzt gehen wir in eine andere Halle. Das ist also, jetzt gehen wir in The Village. Oh, das ist, glaube ich, gut. Das ist gut.
Das ist Indie-lastig, oder?
Ich glaube auch.
Da fühlen wir uns wohl.
So, was haben wir denn hier?
Und willkommen vor allem.
Da fühlen wir uns wohl und willkommen. Tourguide, howdy.
Oder läuft jemand raus?
Ghost Town. Wouldn't believe that such an old treasure could be found only 2 whoops and a holler from a fancy plastic observatory. Was war denn Observatory? Ghost Town?
Ja, endlich.
Oder in den Chat, Leute. Ja, komm. Wir wollen es umschauen hier.
Okay, so.
Also hier ist hier ist der Games Bavaria Stand. Und das sieht tatsächlich aus wie bei der echten Gamescom. Das ist hier der Bayern Stand.
Ist kultig.
Ist schon
Finde ich gut.
Ganz cool. Ist so eine kleine Kneipe quasi, ne?
Ja.
Guck mal, hier gibt's einen Sticker. Sticker, das sind keine Sticker, was sind das? Kärtchen?
Ach, sind das nicht? Die sind nicht zum Einkleben?
Ne, Sticker. Doch, Sticker.
Sticker, doch, die klebt man auch mit ein, oder? In dieses Sticker-Album?
Ja. So, was haben wir hier? Fireside. Wie ist das mit den Spielen? Sollen wir uns jetzt hier Spiele angucken auch, oder hast du Lust drauf? Oder wir gucken uns, ob uns hier was anspricht?
Ich würde sagen gezielt auch, weil alle angucken ist ein bisschen viel vielleicht.
Also das sind auf jeden Fall, das sind jetzt ja die Spiele, die wahrscheinlich in Bayern gefördert wurden. Ne? Das sind Fireside, ich klicke die einmal an. Donnerwald.
Wurde davon nicht eins sogar hier im Stream gespielt? Weiß nicht, ob von euch oder von ich meine.
Ja, Nuras Wish oder wie das hieß, war auf jeden Fall in Bayern gefördert. Das hier, genau, das haben wir gespielt. Das heißt, das kennen wir schon. 2023, uiuiui. Uiuiui.
Unsere würden ja nie so lange dauern.
Nein, oder?
Nein, die sind so schnell fertig. Die werden auch nie verschoben.
Nein. Würdest du jemals so viel verschieben?
Nein, würde ich nie.
Würdest du nicht, ne?
Nee. Wenn ich einmal sage, ich mache das bis dann fertig, dann ist das bis dahin fertig. Ganz einfach.
Du stehst zu deinem Wort?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Egal wie scheiße das Game dann an dem Punkt ist.
Es wird abgeliefert. Level 5, jawohl. Wir
so klappt's. Und wieder schön die Bitburger.
BT Grapefruit, na klar. Komm, tschüss. Bin ich zum Talken hier, ich bin zum Sammeln und wo ist meine Maus?
Das ist du doch.
Da.
Ist schon klein.
War die ganze Zeit so klein?
Ich weiß nicht. Ich hab nicht drauf
Aber einmal ist die Maus ganz klein, ohne Scheiß. Die ist gerade viel kleiner geworden.
Wird uns hier die Auflösung einfach hochgestellt.
Ich weiß auch nicht. Aber,
Ach, Mensch, Tibi.
Hier, das ist hier überdimensioniert. Das ist wie auf so einer Kirmes irgendwie. Oder ist ja wie bei der Gamescom eigentlich. So ein viel zu großer Stand hier für eine Indie-Arena-Boost. Hier einfach mal richtig auf die Kacke gehauen.
Hier können sie es, ne?
Hier können sie es. Ja, stimmt. Die Maus war noch größer die ganze Zeit. Kannst du doch nichts erzählen.
Du musst ja ein bisschen darauf achten, dass du nicht verlieren.
Das ist ja schwierig. Warte mal, sieht man das im Stream auch, wie klein die Maus ist?
Da ist die größer.
Da sieht sie irgendwie größer aus. Bei uns ist die Maus total klein geworden, Leute. The Big Con.
Geht das Video automatisch? Ja, okay. Das kommt übermorgen.
Das kommt übermorgen raus?
Oder morgen. Ich habe gerade das Datum nicht auf dem Schirm.
Ich auch nicht.
Kultig.
Ja. Okay, Mighty Yell.
Die haben auch einen eigenen Stand dann, ne?
Das sind genau. Was ist das hier? Abnormals Team.
Also nicht das Game.
Nee, vielleicht finden wir hier noch so ein paar Games, die wir in unseren drüben auf dem Kultkanal twitch.tv/Indie-Sträuche, wo wir Spiele spielen.
Werbung an dieser Stelle.
Vielleicht finden wir ja noch was für uns, was auch noch spannend, schrägstrich interessant wäre, oder?
Das sieht hororig aus.
Wie sieht das aus?
Hororig.
Hororig. Slender Threads. Das hat Raubling gespielt, das habe ich gesehen.
Bestimmt aber nur als Demo, oder? Sie scheint ja
das
noch nicht
ist aber ein Point-and-Click-Thriller.
Aber ein Thriller.
Als Demo hat sie das gespielt, ja.
Nicht im Stil, aber ganz nett gerade.
Will Teenie spielen.
Und das Sound war ein bisschen blöd, ne? Aber wahrscheinlich müsste man...
Ja, man kann wahrscheinlich irgendwie sich bei YouTube oder den Trailer oder so angucken. Aber ich finde es eigentlich ganz cool, hier auch in dem Stand zu bleiben.
Ja,
ne?
ja, genau.
Und wer da sich weiterbilden möchte...
Ich meine, das ist ja auch wie auf der echten Gamescom, da
ja, stimmt, da
kriegst
du auch nichts mit.
Sound auch nicht mit.
Genau. Und genauso, wir gehen hier auch genauso drüber wie über die echte Gamescom, oder?
Ja, aber
was war das jetzt ein Spiel, was so... Hatte ich dein Interesse jetzt weiterhin... Hat es dein Interesse behalten?
Mich persönlich nicht, aber das liegt auch einfach dran, dass Point-and-Click-Adventure jetzt nicht unbedingt das Genre meiner Wahl sind.
Do not buy this game. Comedy Walk Sim, where the game is being built as you play it. Da muss man bestimmt, das wäre geiler mit Sound wahrscheinlich hier.
Ja, das könnte sein.
Das geht auch in die Richtung von so Spielen, die wir auch schon gespielt haben.
Ja, genau, das habe ich jetzt auch am Titel schon gedacht.
Ja, ne?
Das ist no game.
Genau.
Mal abwarten. Das könnte man aber, wenn das in die Richtung gehen würde, auch mal abgeben.
Schon, ne? Hier steht jetzt noch nichts von Release und so, aber dann könnte man hätte die Wahl, auf das Netzwerk seiner Wahl zu gehen, auch dementsprechend. Okay.
Okay, ja gut.
Okay.
Sollte man noch ein bisschen auf Kärtchen achten, ne? Ob hier irgendwo
stimmt. Ach, guck mal hier. Kärtchen achten, du musst auch hier, die haben ja die Karte big über dem Kopf. Geil. Wenn ihr auf das Video klickt, kommt der YouTube-Link, aber fliegt ihr aus dem Vorbild raus. Ja,
das würde ich jetzt nicht machen.
Genau, auch vor allen Dingen, weil wir nicht so viel Zeit haben leider. Ne? Wir haben ja immer nur bis 4:45 Zeit und wir wollen hier möglichst viel entdecken heute. Und deshalb einfach mal so ein bisschen reinschauen.
Genauer könnt ihr euch das dann ja selber auch angucken.
Und wir uns ja auch. Ne?
Und
das ist zum Beispiel was Shauna sich ganz tief gemerkt hat, hier in ihrem Kleinhirn.
Ja.
Und das vergisst sie nicht so schnell. Wie hieß das nochmal, das Spiel?
Do not buy this game.
Siehst du? Einfach gemerkt.
Mein Gedächtnis ist riesig.
Schon auch das beste Gedächtnis. Ist wirklich so. So.
Die Karte? Hier?
Ach da.
Ach so, das
ist wieder so ein Enthusiast.
Ach, wir brauchen die Hilfe nicht, oder?
No one asked.
Nein.
So, ich brauche keine Hilfe. Das ganze Ding, der ganze Stand ist diese Geisterstadt. Jetzt verstehe ich es. Jetzt so langsam verstehe ich auch das Konzept dieser ganzen Idee. Lucky Tower.
Was im Detail?
Ja, ist das von Studio Seufz?
Steht da nicht bei. Haben die nicht richtig eingetragen?
Das sieht nämlich so aus.
Ja, 2024 ist aber auch noch eine Weile hin.
Ja.
Da kann man noch nicht so viel drüber sagen.
Das sieht aber ganz kultig aus. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass es lustig ist.
Ein Roguelike, okay.
Immer also so Wicked. Nimm dich mal.
Ah, das stimmt.
Shauna. Das stimmt ja mit euch nicht. So, guck mal, das ist Konrad Kaschke. Hey! You found me. Ja, na klar. You found Kaschke, guck mal, Alter. One Kaschke you found. Karte? 11 more. Wie viele Kaschkes gibt's denn da?
Ja, 12.
So. So viele?
Ja.
Das sind ja 11 mehr als in echt.
Vielleicht behauptet er das auch nur und es gibt nur ihn. Und man sucht ewig.
Es ist locker nur er, ne? Oh, guck mal, Happy
Sticker.
Volcano. Ein Sticker, wo... Ach, hier. You Suck at Parking, kennst du das?
Ja, das habe ich gesehen. Habt ihr das auf der Mac oder wo habt ihr das
Das haben wir bei der Burning Games Week gegamed. Und das ist wirklich ganz kultig auch. Man muss parken in diesem Spiel. Man fährt da hier so durch so einen funnigen Parcours und darf dabei nicht sich runterschubsen lassen, beispielsweise, und muss dann einparken. Park doch mal ein jetzt hier.
Das sieht auch aus wie im echten Leben so.
So fahre ich morgens immer ins Indie-Center. Da.
Wenn du nicht läufst.
Wenn ich nicht laufe, wenn es regnet, fahre ich so. Wo ist die Maus? Da. Ja, also das ist wirklich ganz kultig. Das kommt 2022 raus.
Ah.
Guck mal. Und guck mal, was hier ist. Wo ist die Maus?
Du siehst doch immer, dass du kannst auch klicken die ganze Zeit, dann stäubt das so ein bisschen.
Das
stäubt.
So, und hier kommen dann nämlich die Leute. Moment, hier, Sepp ist am Start. Wer ist das hier? Utz.
Ach, wie geil, da ist ja ein Kalenderfoto an der Wand.
Ja, guck mal, da bist du.
Ja. Klein, aber fein.
Scheller ist da, grüßt euch. Guck mal, hier cornern die richtigen Leute. So, und wir können uns mal hier auf den Stand
die haben aber auch schon ganz gut gelevelt, ne?
Ja. Utz, Alter,
Angeber
47. Hier. Ich talk mal mit denen, wer ist das? Ach, Stau Utzner.
Mensch, grüß dich.
So, hier kann man jetzt reden, du sieht doch erstmal, zum Beispiel sagen, zum Beispiel könnte man jetzt fragen, wie war nochmal die Eddy eures Twitch-Kanals? Und dann sagt Stau Utzner einem, und das ist vielleicht eine wichtige Nachricht für alle da draußen, twitch.tv/Indie-Sträuche, surft da doch mal vorbei. So, Indie Arena Boost Online, wie klappt das für dich?
Ach Mensch, Utz. Einfach zu schlecht für dieses Game, oder?
So, genau. Ja, Grüße gehen raus. Content.
Nochmal.
Indie-Sträuche.
Doppelt hält besser.
Wo kann man hier am besten chatten, flirten, könnte ich fragen. Schaut doch mal drüben bei Volker vorbei, der hat immer was zu erzählen.
Dann gehen wir wohl mal zu Volker, oder?
Wiederhören. Ja, dann ansonsten hier, genau. Uns fehlt hier leider so ein kultiges Video, aber was soll man machen, ne? Was soll man machen? Das ist unser kleiner Stand hier an der Stelle. Und
wir haben Facebook.
Wir haben Facebook, wir haben mehrfach Twitch und
ja, für jeden von uns, der streamt, einen Twitch-Link.
Das stimmt. So, und hier nebenan ist nämlich tatsächlich Volkis Stand. Hier ist Application Systems Heidelberg.
Ach, der ist größer als unserer, frech.
Der ist tatsächlich ein bisschen größer als unserer. So, hier gibt es die Growbot-Karte. Oh, was ist
da ist aber schwierig.
So, weißt du, was ich gesehen habe? Weißt du, wie. Guck mal, Volker hat hier zwei so Leute stehen, ne? Mhm. Das ist der Deutsche hier, das ist Helferlein. Mhm. Ne? Und jetzt habe ich hier. Das habe ich nämlich gesehen in den 3 Minuten, wo ich hier schon mal. Oh, warte mal, was ist das? Mhm. Ich finde dass man immer erst. dass das da drüber
hätte zusammen sein können, aber ja, aber auch.
Naja, komm.
Ja.
Nächstes Mal. Ne?
Spiele sind ja nie perfekt, ne?
So, genau. Und was ich schon gesehen habe, ist, wenn man ihn hier anspricht. Guck mal, wie der heißt.
Ja, der gute Happy. Den kenne ich nämlich auch schon. Kultiger Kollege an dieser Stelle. Sehr sympathisch. Kann man ja mal googeln, wenn man nicht weiß, wer das ist.
Komm, hier blitzt es auf. Wie viele Sticker gibt es denn hier bei Volker?
Für jedes Game? Was ist denn mit eurem Game? Hat er das dann nicht mit ausgestellt?
Dürfte er nicht, glaube ich. Wurde vielleicht verboten. So, aber was es hier gibt, ist Growbot. Kultiges Point-and-Click-Adventure. Was ist das hier? Das ist Sonority, das haben wir auch schon mal irgendwo gespielt.
Das ist aber auch ein Puzzle-Game.
Das haben wir auch schon mal, beim DCP oder DEP oder so. Irgendwo war das schon mal, ne?
Ich habe das noch nie gesehen. Aber vielleicht war ich auch einfach nicht dabei.
Ja, ich meine, da haben wir mal mit den Entwicklern auch geredet. Aber ich weiß nicht mehr, wann das war. Aber ich glaube, könnte vielleicht
wird mit dem Release aber auch eng, ne? Fall
2021, oh.
Wird eng, ne? Zählt das noch?
Oh, zählt das noch?
Nee, aber das könnte ich mir auch vorstellen. Ein bisschen abrätseln?
Ja, das ist unser Metier, ne? War hier schon? Ghost on the Shore. Story exploration game about emotional ties that transcend even death. You play as Riley, a young woman who finds herself stranded on a desolate island with a headstrong ghost, dead for as long as he can remember. Das hat einfach so eine G-Simulation.
Schade, wenn Puzzle drin gewesen wären.
Dann hätte man dich damit noch bekommen können.
Ja, da hätte man mich damit bekommen können. Oder ein bisschen hororig.
Ein bisschen hororig, ein bisschen brrr. Oh, das ist ja schon ein bisschen hororig hier, oder?
Stimmt.
Ist ja auch Ghost, ne? Vielleicht,
vielleicht
ist das ja ein bisschen hororig.
Vielleicht muss man dem eine Chance geben. Schönes Spiel.
Und das ist hier Winter 2021. So.
Warten wir mal ab.
Warten wir mal ab, Volker, ob das alles so hinhaut. So, was gibt's hier noch?
Wie viele Hallen gibt's hier denn eigentlich?
Es gibt ja diesen Gesamtplan auch, ne?
Ja.
Das ist, glaube ich, warte mal, können wir mal aus dem Vollbild hier nochmal rausgehen? Wie geht das denn? Nee, weil das hier ist nämlich auch so klein. Achso.
Das kannst du auch wieder Vollbild machen.
Ja. Ich dachte irgendwie, das hätte irgendwas mit dem Zoom geht falsch, aber naja.
Übrigens, BMVI, was steht da drunter?
Funbox.
Vielleicht war es doch nicht so unlustig.
Okay, und schau mal, wo wollen wir hingehen? Also entweder doch die Funbox BMVI.
Was haben wir denn hier alles? Wir sind gerade im Village, ne?
Wir sind im Village. Bone Orchid Peak. Okay, so heißt dann
Forest Bloody Wildwoods, klingt auch interessant.
Ja.
Ist aber gut, eigentlich weiß man bei gar keinem so wirklich, was dahinter steckt, ne? Eigentlich muss man da jetzt blind sich mal...
Also mich würde entweder The Forest oder The Lake würde mich interessieren.
Ja, aber so weit können wir ja nicht laufen.
Was meinst du? Oder willst du woanders hin?
Ich hätte Bock auf Forest, tatsächlich.
Okay, dann gehen wir mal dahin. Aber guck mal, hier kannst du auch sehen, was da alles zu erwarten ist.
Aber das wollen wir doch gar nicht.
Nee.
Einfach rein da.
Einfach rein. Oh.
Boah, ist aber wirklich, also zum letzten Jahr ist das echt krass kreativer geworden, ne? Also, dass die einzelnen Hallen alle so Themes haben.
Ja.
Finde ich echt geil.
Schon erwarte ich jetzt von der nächsten richtigen Gamescom dann auch, aber, oder?
Ja, genau so.
Muss schon so sein.
Ich möchte dann auch so durch die Baumwipfel.
Und ich laufe auch genauso durch die Halle. Oder? Machst du mit?
Natürlich.
Genauso laufen wir da rum. Ich freue mich
damit
schon.
Ihr uns erkennen könnt.
Ja, also wenn ihr uns bei der Gamescom mal treffen wollt, dann
so.
wir sind das, die so da rumlaufen. Wer läuft hier sonst so rum?
Ach, das ist der Indie Arena Boost schon. Ist der überall?
Oh, sehr produktiv. Ist der überall?
Weil den hatten wir eben auch schon.
Ah, hier kann man das Survey machen.
Aber schon schlau, den überall hinzumachen, ne? Wenn man...
Ach, jetzt kommen wir hier runter.
Nee.
Nein! Quatsch. Nicht mit uns. So. Ihr BS3.
Ja, aber das ist genauso, glaube ich, wie eben schon.
Ja. Ja, ich glaube, den haben die gerne mal überall hingestellt. Oh, hier ist ein
Schlau.
Turm. Ich glaube, man kann auch diese Türme besteigen.
Ja. Aber keine Kletteranimation. Schwierig.
Faul. Ach, und dann hat man so einen Überblick.
Oh, guck mal, was sieht denn interessant aus? Sieht sehr ähnlich überall aus.
Wo wollen wir mal hingehen?
Ich glaube, wir können nicht, also wir müssen
dem
dem Pfad
Pfad
entlang.
folgen.
Ja, genau.
Klick nochmal drauf, gib es Moment. Wo nochmal drauf? Ach, auf die.
Kanalstelle da oben. Ah, Easter Egg.
Jetzt siehst du die E-Books von mir. Ach, ich bin gar nicht runter, ich bin doof. Die anderen sind runtergegangen. Ich gehe nicht runter. Okay, wir sind doch schon unten. Warum geht es? Ich habe noch nicht mal geklickt. So, was gibt es hier für ein Kult-Game? Ist auch wieder ein Sticker. Hier. Level 8, wir schaffen es doch noch auf 50, oder schon?
Ja, also ich meine, wir haben noch 10 Minuten knapp.
Easy.
Ich glaube, das wird auch immer schneller, das Level.
Figment 2.
Action Adventure Game Set in the Human Mind. Puzzles. Das sind viele Puzzle-Games, oder? Das fällt auf.
Es fällt auf, ja. Wohl sehr beliebt.
Ja,
Puzzle.
verstehe ich.
Genre. Vielleicht sollte ich Puzzle in den Resort einbauen, oder?
Ja, mach mal ein Puzzle-Game draus. Vielleicht spiele ich es dann auch.
Schau mal.
Ja, kommt auch dieses Jahr noch raus. Oder, na, vielleicht.
Da kommt doch keins von den Spielen, kommt doch wirklich
Ich
jemals
glaube
raus.
auch nicht.
Oh, da steht doch einer, der hat sich ja noch versteckt hinter der Säule hier.
Ah, das
Oder
ist
ist
wieder
das
so
wieder
ein
so ein Pro? Das ist so ein
Sticker-Guide.
Profi, ne? Nein, hau ab, dich hat keiner gefragt.
Ich bin so Klugscheißer, ne? Die dir sagen, so, hier, da musst du gucken. Ich sag dir zwar nicht genau.
Ja, überleg mal, triffst du eine nicht.
Würde ich genauso reagieren, einfach wirklich 1:1. Was haben wir hier Gültiges?
Behind the Frame is a vivid interactive fiction about an aspiring artist on the cusp of finishing the final piece of her gallery submission. Guide her brush strokes and solve a variety of puzzles to complete her masterpiece.
Das habe ich tatsächlich schon mal irgendwo gesehen und ich fand's kultig. Also das sieht wirklich nicht schlecht aus, ja. Ich finde das eine nette Idee einfach, dass das mit dem Malen und Zeichnen da so ein bisschen...
Was muss man denn da machen? Jetzt habe ich hier gar nicht...
Also du malst halt wirklich da auf den mehr oder weniger und musst dadurch dann halt so, man sieht's ja, so Puzzle lösen.
Ja. Puzzle-Mal-Game.
Ja.
Das kommt, das müsste schon raus sein.
Das müsste schon raus sein.
Ob das stimmt?
Ich meine, du könntest ja mal auf Steam kurz einmal klicken und kontrollieren, oder?
Da kontrollieren wir kurz, würde ich auch sagen. Da kontrollieren wir. Oh, sehr positiv. Oh, das sieht so aus, als wäre es raus.
Das ist wirklich raus.
Tatsächlich raus.
Und hat auch schon einige Bewertungen.
Ihr guckt mal, mit Launch-Rabatt hier. Gönnt es euch.
So klappt's.
Unglaublich.
Das könnten wir
ja gleich mal gekauft. So.
Auf unsere Liste packen. So klappt's.
Ja, stimmt.
Die Vögel sind schon laut, ne?
In echt werden die aber auch so laut einfach.
Ja. Hätten die da so ein paar Papageien oder so ausgesetzt dann in der Halle und dann...
Ja.
Fehlt da der Name oder hatten die kein Logo oder so?
Da fehlt das Logo, aber es heißt To the Rescue. Das ist ein Dog Shelter Simulator. Wäre sowas was für dich? Du magst ja Hunde.
Ich mag Hunde, aber eher so die realen Hunde, nicht so die...
Videospielhunde, nichts für uns.
Wobei, Nintendogs, damals als Kind viel gespielt, weil die war einfach der Parkour-Weltmeister.
So, was haben wir hier?
Ionia? Singleplayer Action Adventure Puzzle. VR-Game.
Ja.
Okay, das... Aber kein Video leider, schade.
Geht ja nicht, ist ja VR, kann man ja nicht.
Kann man ja nicht abfilmen von außen.
Nee,
so.
Das geht
oder
nicht.
Dann so.
Das geht nicht. Da muss man schon dann rein.
Ja, sonst bringt es das einfach
da
nicht.
Da muss man auch in die VR-Version der Indie Arena buchen. So, was haben wir hier unten? Kultiges.
Das wäre aber auch mal was, ne? Nächstes Jahr, Tini? VR Indie Arena Move, falls das noch nicht geht.
3D Fantasy Adventure Puzzle Game.
Puzzle Game. Es fällt auf.
Okay, man klickt sich so durch so.
Ja, das ist aber wieder, also das ist im Moment ja auch sehr beliebt, ne? Diese, ich weiß gar nicht, haben die einen Namen mit diesen Blöcken, die man dann verändern kann. Ich weiß nicht, Dorfromantik und so, diese ganzen Games, die sehen halt ähnlich aus, haben so andere Mechaniken, aber es ist halt ähnlich vom...
Für mich ist das alles das gleiche
Game. Alles das gleiche Game, ja.
Guck mal, Kaschke!
Dann haben wir eben aber den... Nee, doch, wir hatten eben...
Warte mal, wenn es 12 Kaschkes gibt, ne, wie viele Hallen gibt es denn hier?
Schlau, 12. Bis auf Hub muss man halt rausnehmen. Aber das heißt, wir haben schon beide jeweils gefunden. Wir waren in Village und in Forest.
Das sind aber 13. Achso, und Hub muss man
Hub rausnehmen, ja.
Ich muss auch zweimal zählen, rauszufinden.
Wie du wirklich mit der Maus gezählt hast.
Während du das schon lange gesagt hast.
Man sieht das ja auch nicht auf den ersten Blick eigentlich. Okay, gut. Zähl lieber nochmal nach, dann kannst du ja nicht sicher sein, ne? Ich lüge ja auch manchmal.
Manchmal?
Ja, manchmal.
Was machst du?
Da.
So, hier ist auch ein Spiel, was wir schon mal bei einem anderen Event gegamed haben, nämlich...
Happy Broccoli Games?
Wie heißt das Spiel nochmal? Kraken Academy. Hast du das gesehen?
Nee, das habe ich nicht gesehen.
Das haben wir, glaube ich, auch in Berlin gespielt. Das ist so... ja, man sieht es gleich. Das ist jetzt nicht die Ingame-Grafik.
Time Loop?
Jetzt zeig doch mal, wie das Spiel aussieht. Leute. So sieht das aus. Es ist schon raus. Tatsächlich, es ist schon raus. Und das war ganz witzig auch. Weiß ich nicht. Tini liebt es zum Beispiel. Weiß nicht, ob das was für dich ist, aber ist, glaube ich, generell, wer solche Spiele liebt, wer sich sowas vorstellen kann, guckt euch das mal an. Das ist, glaube ich, schon ganz kultig gemacht, tatsächlich. Und hier geht's zur Mine. Ich würde fast sagen, da gehen wir einmal hin, weil Utz meinte nämlich auch vorhin, geht in Forest oder Mine. Und da gehen wir... Da steht aber auch einer im Weg hier, ne? So ein großer wieder.
Oh, nee.
You shall not pass before Level 30.
Freunde.
Gehen wir doch mal hier mit dem
Können wir da nicht so wie in echt einfach unsere Indie-Sträuche-Karte spielen und sagen, ey, lass uns mal durch und dann kommen wir rein.
Ich fast einfach rein, oder? Das geht?
Das finde ich jetzt aber schwierig.
Das geht? Hä?
Ja, du bist im Lake.
Ich bin im Lake.
Aber du discovered the mine.
Achso, hier geht's zu meinen
Aber da kommst du wieder nicht, oder?
Nee, du want to enter the lake? Nein, hier geht's zum Lake. Ich bin in der Mine.
Ach krass.
Wir haben uns reingeschummelt.
Valentina,
warum geht das denn?
Ja. Spieletipps.
Auch ganz kultig hier, ne? Mhm. Aber ich finde es wirklich ein bisschen schade. Obwohl, das wäre unfair für die Leute, die da ihre Spiele ausstellen, wenn man da nicht rein könnte.
Ach so, ja, stimmt. Ja,
aber dann könnte man ja nächstes Mal vielleicht, Valentina, stellst du da Volker rein oder so und den muss er erst freispielen. Oder Helper. Ja. Warum ist Helper eigentlich nirgendwo?
Du, kann ich auch nicht sagen. Punkte vergessen. Ja.
Das haben wir auch schon mal gespielt, das ist auch so ein Puzzle-Game. Nee.
Oh, schon wieder da?
Hallo, Internet, sind wir wieder da? Waren wir kurz weg? Kann das sein, dass uns hier kurz die Verbindung zum Nerdstar abgebrochen ist? Schreibt es in den Chat, ob wir da sind.
Die wollen uns schon rauskicken.
Die wollen uns hier schon rauskicken, ich habe auch schon das Gefühl. Ihr wart weg, wir sind wieder da. Ja, die Nerdstar wird schon ganz nervös. Aber Leute, lassen wir nicht mit uns machen, wir haben noch 4 Minuten.
Und die nutzen wir bis zum Ende aus.
Die nutzen wir, nicht mit uns. Also, dieser Nutzstauder, der würde vielleicht vollzeitig abbrechen, der wird sich vielleicht von sowas abschrecken lassen, aber schon und wir nicht.
Nee.
Wir
bis
haben,
zum Ende, immer.
Richtig. Uns wurde eine Dreiviertelstunde versprochen, die nehmen wir auch. Was gibt's hier das? Unsurmountable. Oh, das habe ich auch schon mal, bei jemandem gesehen, glaube ich, im Stream.
Simulator?
Das ist so ein Bergsteiger-Game. Aber da muss man so schlaue Entscheidungen treffen. Das ist so ein strategisches.
Das ist aber auch nicht schlecht dann.
Du musst, glaube ich, immer entscheiden, so willst du jetzt hier noch den Boppel hochgehen oder willst du dein Camp aufschlagen oder willst du irgendwie deinen Kollegen aufessen oder so. Ja, typische Bergsteigerprobleme einfach, ne?
Ganz alltäglich.
Ja, ist im Bergsteiger-Business, glaube ich, wirklich relativ gewöhnlich, dass man seine Kollegen aufisst.
Ja, oder zumindest drüber nachdenkt. Das ist, glaube ich...
Ich glaube, ist der Berufszweig, wo man am ehesten seinen Kollegen isst.
Tatsächlich, wobei Berufszweig ist ja manchmal auch eher ein Hobby.
Berufsbergsteiger?
Aber auch das Essen von Menschen kann ja ein Hobby sein.
Ich glaube, Kannibalismus und Bergsteigung.
Es geht so einher.
Das geht Hand in Hand
einfach. Ich glaub,
Hand in den Mund.
Oh, vielleicht sollten wir uns doch rausgehen.
Nee. Guck mal, hier ist wieder der riesen Indie-Arena-Bus.
Ja, den zeigen wir jetzt nochmal.
Ja klar, den kann man ja nicht oft genug sehen, ne? Kauft euch das hässliche T-Shirt. Und vielleicht kann ich jetzt, guck mal, in den paar Minuten noch einmal in eine andere Halle, noch einmal in The Lake, weil das hat mich auch irgendwie interessiert, wie das da aussieht. Nice!
Oh.
Ja, guck mal, da krieg ich noch ein Geschenk hier abgesahnt. Noch den Social Media Artist.
Jetzt T-Shirt.
Nein, das
Wieso laufen die übers Wasser?
Weiß ich
also,
nicht.
Moment mal.
Weiß ich nicht.
Was ist denn da mit der Engine los?
Weiß ich auch nicht. Wusstest du, dass es mit Unity gemacht ist hier?
Ja.
Und dann haben wir jetzt zum Abschluss noch ein kultiges Game, habe ich schon gesehen, nämlich hier das Kult-Game Juggler's Tale. Und das macht es auch wieder alles wieder gut, weil das ist mit Unreal gemacht.
Ja, sehr gut.
Ja.
Das Beste kommt halt zum Schluss.
Genau, das kultige Marionetten- und auch Puzzle-Game Juggler's Tale kommt auch 2021. Oh, alles kommt bald raus, ne?
Das kommt noch dieses Jahr. Krass.
Spielst du das?
Ja, das würde ich spielen. Da hätte ich Bock drauf. Haben wir ja auch.
Können wir auch im Stream
das haben
spielen.
wir auch schon angegamed im Stream tatsächlich.
Ja, ich weiß. Wir hatten ja auch die Entwickler da mal da, ne? Die
Genau.
haben uns kultige Insights gegeben.
Das war auch echt, also da haben die coole Sachen zu der Entwicklung auch gesagt.
Das stimmt. Die haben auch die Engine aufgerissen und das mal gezeigt. Ne?
Ja,
und ich glaube,
genau.
vielleicht können wir das auch noch mal vertiefen.
Ja.
Vielleicht gamen wir das durch.
Und dann nochmal...
Und danach, um 5 Uhr nachts, holen wir die
Genau,
dann dazu.
dann holen die dann irgendwann, wenn wir fertig sind, dazu. Nee, das wird, glaube ich, echt ein richtig gutes Spiel. Also, wenn euch das interessiert...
Genau, wenn euch das interessiert, dann schaut da mal rein. Und ansonsten kommen wir jetzt, glaube ich, langsam zum Ende. Und verabschieden euch in den letzten aufregenden Gamesy-Tag. Hier noch mit kultigem Programm den ganzen Tag. Zieht es euch rein und wandert selber mal hier über den Stand, weil ihr habt jetzt gesehen, wie es klappt, wie man das macht, wie kultig es ist, was man da so entdecken kann. Und vielleicht entdeckt ihr ja noch mehr, als wir das schon gemacht haben.
Vielleicht schafft ihr sogar noch Level 50 heute. Möglich ist es. Wir sind schon Level 8.
Möglich ist es. Viel Spaß und einen schönen Tag noch. Und bis bald.
Ja, genau. Ja, tschüssi.
Tschüssi.
Hello, everybody. Before we get started today, for our final day, we're going to take a short break and check out some trailers. So stay tuned.
Going to market as a partner with Intel is pretty much amazing. They have a huge reach globally, they have a lot of events, you will reach a lot of gamers and you will have a head start already releasing the game.
Something that we found in working with Intel as a partner is that they've been hugely supportive in everything that we want to do. And I think that when you're creating a AAA game and you're trying to get that out to as broad and as passionate an audience as possible, you need to be able to make those changes, have those conversations with your partners in order to get the best absolute result.
tatsächlich, dass es ein tolles Zeichen ist, dass wir hier heute Abend den Deutschen Computerspielepreis verleihen.
Der diesjährige Deutsche Computerspielpreis in der Kategorie Bestes Game Design geht an Dorfromantik von Tucana Interactive.
Die finanzielle Hilfe für die Games-Branche ist der erste richtige Schritt, aber wir brauchen mehr. Hier setzt die neue Games-Strategie des BMVI an.
He's fluffy. He's merciless. And he's not alone.
Super Catboy! And Weapon Girl. Run! Jump! Dash!
Idle.
Nice! Scratch!
Shoot! Explosions!
Unbelievable!
Save the world from evil forces!
Oh, hold up. That's just Thomas and Arthur from Pixel Pogo, the developers of the game. Really nice guys.
Evil forces!
Super Catboy! Your daily dose of cat content, recommended by Purring Kittens. Meow.
Hello and welcome to the 5th and final day of Indie Arena Booth Online. I am your host, Shay Thompson. I'm a bit sad. It's our last day, and I cannot believe how fast it's flown by. I don't think I'm ready. I don't think I'm quite ready to say goodbye just yet. But luckily, I don't have to. I'm going to put it off for a little bit. We're going to start the day off by checking out some more booths. There are loads of things I have not actually managed to find yet, so going to do that, find some more stickers, some more patches, and find some more kashkas as well. We're also starting off the day by chatting live to the devs at Tucana Interactive, the team making Dorfromantik, and I will be playing it live. So you've got that to look forward to as well. If you've got any questions for the devs as well, please drop them in the chat. They just won our Best Game Award at last night's Indie Arena Award show. And then Teeny Giant will be getting a hands-on look at Lake Inua and Murder Mystery Machine. And the devs from all 3 games will be on hand to ask and answer any questions you might have. So yeah, like I said, we are almost at the very end of Gamescom. But it's fine. You still have time. You can still go and check out a lot of the booths for yourselves by heading on over to online.indiearenabooth.com or hitting IABO in chat. So let's do that. Let's head on over to the show floor and have a look at some more booths, shall we? So, I am currently in the forest, which I hadn't been to previously. This is completely unexplored territory for me. And I'm not gonna do myself a disservice, but I am gonna try and speedrun this. Somewhere a member of the speedrunning community is like cursing me, but basically I want to find as many stickers as I can before we have to say goodbye today on this account, which is only at level 21. I feel like I should be a lot higher. I have seen quite a few level 50s, which makes me proud. I'm like, it's so nice to see people actually getting down on the ground and checking out all the booths, all that cool stuff. Another Kashka. Shop Eyes, my friend. You found me. Awesome, kiddo. I'm just preparing for a fun little jamming session with the Forest Tribe. Amazing. So that's 4 of them. I feel like I found more, but it's fine. It's fine. I don't argue with the powers that may be. So, okay. I don't know if I found all the stickers here. I found 3. Let's see if we can find a sticker enthusiast just to let us know where our progress is. Ah, see another level 50. It makes me really happy. Because, you know, the guys working on this have put so much hard work into it. So to see people, you know, actively taking part and, like, you know, going and finding all the Easter eggs makes me very happy. Yeah. Let's see. I think I found all of them on this part. So I found the business advisor, and then I found 2. I found 1 just before we came on live. So I think that's everything for this part. Oh, hello lie. There we go. So there's the other advisor. Right, let's see. Then I think I got them all. So I'm gonna head on over. I'm going to be cheeky and fast travel. I have been good up until this point. I hadn't been fast traveling, but I do want to see all of the hub areas. So we're going to go to the Arcade Village. The mine, I don't think we've been to. So let's go check it out. Remember, you can check out these booths yourselves by heading on over to online.indiearenabooth.com. And give it a go and play all the demos. Play the demo for Dorfromantik, which is what we'll be checking out very shortly. As I said, we'll be interviewing some of the team from Tucana Interactive. Cartel Tycoon. Let's head down further. Almost leveled up. Oh no, don't want to open that up just yet. You do? There's another sticker. We leveled up. So level a UI artist. Torben. I think I've embarrassed myself enough trying to pronounce German words and names, so I'm hanging that up for this year. And oh boy, will I be getting a tutor? So it's not on. It's not on. As much fun as I have had embarrassing myself, I'm like, man, English people, we need to learn how to pronounce words better. Can't go in there until I'm level 30. Man, I've been locked out so many places. That hurts a lot. Missiles going. Missiles going around. Is that a sticker I see? I think it is. Yes. And another. Oh, Jeff and Deborah. They are the... I was going to say protagonists. I guess they are protagonists. They're the two birds from the game Kiwi, which is adorable. If you haven't checked that out, please do. Another Kashka. I don't know if we have found him. Oh, I think... Yeah, that's one we found before, sadly. So I have been here. Okay. All right. There wasn't a patch here that I missed, was there? I hope not. Let's see. Let's head on over. Oh, I think we have to go like all the way up and around. It's quite clever. So we got the tiny build booth here. I see something sparkling. Potion craft. Learn the art of potions. Oh, that's somebody like me. Let's actually stop by the tiny build booth. What is this game about? This is the greatest game in the world. What is your booth? This is the greatest booth in the world. Love that. So, Cartel Tycoon, that's one of the stickers I just got, is a survival business sim inspired by the 80s narco trade. Expand and conquer, fight off rival cartels, and evade the authorities, and people's loyalty, and strive to overcome the doomed fate of a power-hungry drug lord. Oh, that's very cool indeed. Oh, and that's what's game. Oh, such a cool looking game if you haven't checked it out. I know I skipped over potentially looking at the trailer, but there's more stickers to collect. Oh, perfect. Couldn't look at the trailer, but like we got the sticker, so it's the most important thing. Okay. I may not have done everything I wanted to, but I'm pleased with the progress I've made because in the 10 minutes near enough that the show's been running for today, I've managed to go up 2 levels. I'm quite pleased with that progress. Gotta celebrate the small things. I know it's a tiny victory in the grand scheme of things, but it makes me happy. Okay. I think I may have come here to grab a couple of stickers. I definitely have checked out some of these. Is this a patch I can get? Yes. It's a major. Being a star on Earth. Yeah, I am. We're all stars. There we go. We got 5 patches. It's not bad. I'll take it. Let's head up this way. There's another sticker here. I think that is. Awesome. And is there a new protagonist I can talk to? Oh, wait. This is what I wanted, actually. Hey there, and welcome to our booth. I have the honor to present you our current Indie Camp winner, Tucana Interactive with their game Dwarf Romantic, and the Newcomer Award winners, Forbidden Folds, with their game Walian. This is very good at transitions and segues, because this goes perfectly into our next segment, which I will be talking to Zui from Tucana Interactive. So I'm going to do a bit of jigging around with my own monitors and screens. But with the power of magic, I should have Zui on screen with me now. Amazing. Hello. It's so good to see you. How's it going?
Hi, I'm doing fine. Good to see you all too.
Thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations on your win. You won Best Game at the award show last night, which is just incredible. Could I start the interview off by having you introduce yourself to the stream? What is it that you do at Tucana Interactive?
Sure. Thank you. And of course, yeah, I'm Zvi. I'm one of the 4 devs here at Tucana. And of course, we are all working from home at the moment, but we are all students here in Berlin, Germany, and we studied game design together and started Tucana last year. We founded the company, and Dwarf Romantic is our first big project, and yeah, so our first debut game in a way. Yeah.
Amazing. And so for
And
people
I'm doing tech art and marketing and also game design, of course.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot to juggle for one person. So I wanted to ask, for people that might not be familiar with the game, what is it, and what can they expect?
Well, Dorfromantik is a puzzle and strategy game. Its main goal is to be relaxing, and it can offer a challenge for those who are looking for it. We now have 2 game modes. One is a challenge mode where you collect points and a high score. And the other one is a mode where you just build freely. And what you do in Dorfromantik is you have a tile stack of hexagonal tiles, and they are procedurally generated. And from these tiles, you build endless landscapes, village landscapes. You can match up the edges of the tiles, and you get more points if you have perfect matching edges. And there are quests to solve. So you get a task, for example, build a forest with 1,000 trees, and then you try to lay down the tiles with matching edges so that forest matches to forest. And then for each quest you solve, you get more tiles. So the better you play the game, the longer you can play. And the general idea is to have a very chill game which you can play to unwind after a stressful day. So it's really up to your pacing of how you play the game.
Awesome. And, even from the way that you describe it and from, videos that I've seen, it very much feels like a board game. How did you achieve that vibe and that feeling?
Yeah, that's true. Of course, all 4 of us, we've played many board games as children. So, of course, we are studying game design, so we are huge game and gaming enthusiasts. But when we started our company, we had the idea of making a game at first, which is more or less simple and has a not too big scope, so that we can really finish the game and make it a good game in not too long of a time frame. And our idea at first was to make a game in 1 year. So we created 8 different, or maybe even 10 different prototypes of interesting little simple ideas. And Dorfromantik was one of these prototypes at first. So we in that time we took 1 month to build out all of these prototypes. And during that time there was this Ludum Dare game jam, and we took part in it because we thought, well, a game jam is always a really cool place or a cool event to create an interesting game idea, because you don't have that much time to overthink things and you just have to get stuff finished and get stuff done. And so we took part as this team. And the theme was keep it alive. So we thought about this theme more of as a game mechanic theme. So we wanted to create a game that takes on longer if you play well. So you keep the session or the game alive in a way. And so the idea was to have a tile laying game, and the better you place down the tiles, the longer you can play and the more tiles you get back. And this is kind of the base concept. And then we thought about what kind of tiles would we like the players to place, what tiles are nice. And for example, we thought about triangles, but we think triangles have sharp edges and kind of don't really feel that comforting as a visual shape in a way, right? So that's why we thought about, okay, having squares is something which most people already know, and it's not very new. And hexagons are very cool shapes because you can have very organic shapes built from them. And so we thought, let's try hexagons. And this is kind of how the board game feel came into existence. And then after a short time, we realized, okay, it really has a very relaxing atmosphere and a very relaxing effect on players. And yeah, and then of course, these things dictate the visual style too. So this is then the next step. Yeah.
I Yeah, and like I have the game open right in front of me, and also, having looked at it for a while, it's you've done something really interesting, because usually city builders, I find anyway, to be really intimidating. There are so many systems and there's so much you have to like remember, but like all of that is stripped away, so you still have like very strong core mechanics while still being approachable and cozy. But it sounds like there's a lot to do in there, right?
Yeah, that's true. Like we tried to define some design core pillars in the beginning of what sort of games we, as a team of 4 developers, would like to create, and that was having a very simple, approachable game that is easy to learn, maybe hard to master, not necessarily. And so this is one of the base ideas, to keep everything simple and easy to understand, concise in the visuals, and not too complex in the mechanics, while also offering some sort of strategic depth to it. I mean, you can definitely play Dorfromantik with a strategic mindset, and we have seen players reach high scores of 1 million and upwards, which is totally crazy to us, because in our team, the highest score we have is like, I think, 40,000 points. So that's like a very, very big gap.
Wow.
But, yeah.
And I have to ask, because like, it must be so, wild coming up with a mechanic, and like you said, only getting as high as, maybe 40,000. Like, what does it feel like when you see players like run with ideas and mechanics in your game? Like, what is that feeling like?
Well, of course, it makes us totally happy and also a little bit proud. I mean, making games for us is like it's our life meaning in a way, right? It's what we really love to do. It's our passion. And so seeing people who really enjoy what you make and play it and having a good time with it, that's the most rewarding thing for us. So it just makes us really happy. Yeah.
Amazing. So obviously we've kind of spoken about like board games vaguely, but I'd love to know like what were some of your influences and inspirations working on Dorfromantik?
Well, for the prototype, we didn't really try to look into different directions or at different games, because our style of making games is usually coming up with an interesting core mechanic first, and then this kind of dictates all the next steps. So for us, it's usually we sit down with, okay, I have an idea. I have an idea for a cool movement which a player could do, and then what kind of game system can we create around that? Or I have the idea of having a game where you create interesting shapes from pieces, and then we kind of think more in different directions from there on. So the inspirations come mostly after that. So having the core mechanic, we look into how can we style things to make it look interesting or maybe unique or different from other games we know. And in our case, Luca and I, we are the artists in the team. We looked to art and paintings. So we had a look at Impressionist paintings from Europe, like Impressionist paintings of the countryside. Then we had a look at a certain type of art, which is called naive Kunst in Germany. It's like, if I paraphrase it, it's like naive art, or like simple art. And it's usually trying to depict things from the viewpoint of a child or from a very easy to understand viewpoint. So if you Google naive Kunst and countryside, for example, you will find paintings that really are very abstract and try to focus on what makes elements which you find in the countryside really read as these elements to people. I'm trying not to make it too complex now, but so we looked into art and painting.
You explained it perfectly. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then of course we also had a look at toys, and many have compared Dorfromantik's visuals to, for example, Settlers of Catan or Carcassonne. And I can see where this is coming from, of course, but really we didn't necessarily look at other board games. It was kind of a very natural thing that emerged from how we approached the art style. And and of course the mechanics, or if evolving the mechanics, was something which was very open for us. So we did a very open development with the community, and so we always listen to feedback from people. So I would say that our inspiration is kind of the community and some art, and also our childhoods, because all four of us grew up in the countryside. So the visuals of Dorfromantik, when you look at the worlds from above, is kind of the European countryside when you look out the window of an airplane. And so we really try to make it personal. Yeah. So it's quite a long answer.
No, it's a great answer. It was a very long question, so it was an appropriately long answer. Yeah, no, that's great. And I'm kind of biased because I have the game open in another tab. So I've got like the music playing, and I have like, the kind of landscape in front of me. So I've got a very good frame of reference for what you're saying. And I think, it couldn't be truer. I wanted to ask, just before we do actually dive in and have a look at the game, I wanted to ask, what's next for Tucana Interactive?
Well, for now, we are very happy to have finished off the creative mode. So that was like the big update we finished in time for Gamescom. So the game now offers this free mode where you can build freely without having limited tile stack or high score restrictions or anything. You can just build what you want. You can skip unwanted tiles or even delete tiles which you have placed which you don't like anymore. So that was a big milestone for us. And you can also try a demo. So for everyone who didn't get the game right now or isn't sure about if the game is for them, they can try out the demo right now. And the next big thing for us will be just bringing more content to the game, improving things from here on. We will definitely have a few more very cool special tiles which we will add to the game, maybe even a few more different crest types. There will be more, maybe a little bit, I'll say there will be a few more animals. There will be probably a few more interesting additions to the vehicles in the game. There will be more biomes. So yeah, there's much more content on the horizon. And then of course we plan to release the game into full release in Q1 of next year. And we are also looking into different platforms, but I won't say which of those are because we don't want to promise anything yet, but we are definitely looking into bringing the game to different platforms. Yeah.
Awesome. Very, very exciting, of course. I never want to get devs in trouble like with the questions that I asked. So I'm like, you danced around that quite well. Okay, I think we're ready to jump into our gameplay segment. So I've got the game open here, and okay, so this is. Oh, I didn't actually mean to drop that there. I'm like.
Oh yeah, you are in the classic mode right now, and something many people have asked us is to include a undo button into the game, and we already said that we are working on something like that. It's not that easy to implement, but we can see why sometimes it's frustrating if you've suddenly or accidentally placed down a tile which you didn't want to place there.
See, I wouldn't say frustrating. Sometimes you have to live with your mistakes, and they might end up turning into really, really good things. And so I kind of like that there isn't one actually.
That was kind of the approach we had in the beginning, but it's really one of the most requested features for the game. So I guess we kind of have to do it now.
Yeah. I mean, I can totally see why people would want that, but it's not the kind of game that you try and min-max, right? So I'm like, no, take your time, live with your mistakes, it's fine, own it, roll with it. Okay, so
that's also my approach.
yeah, right. So I'm kind of haphazardly, putting stuff down. Does this feel okay? Does this feel correct so far?
Yeah, it looks totally fine. You can rotate the tiles with the mouse wheel if you have one. Exactly.
Perfect.
And then if you see the groups or like adjacent elements light up if you connect them. So when you rotate this tile so that the houses fit to the houses, they all light up, and then it kind of shows you this would form a group. So that's a good place to put on the tile. Yeah.
Cool. And so then I've got like more of a lake here. So I drop that here. So then something that's interesting happened like down there and up there as well, where it's kind of locked off. So now I can't put anything here, for example. Why did that happen?
Yeah, the reason is that usually for trains and rivers, we decided to have it this way, that you can only place down, for example, train track tiles or river tiles. So now you have an active river tile which you can place adjacent to the rivers now. And these slots get kind of closed off when you don't have a fitting tile. But let's say you have a lake, so in your tile stack you can see the third next tile will be a river, not a river, a lake tile with a boat on it. And this one you can place next to rivers, but also next to normal tiles, and then you create a shore.
Okay. So I take it, I'd only get 1 point if I put it there, but if I put it here, I'd get...
like the quests show you the adjacent elements they want to have connected to them. So if you place this lake next to the river, then like when you really connect it to the river, then it shows 1+, so it only needs one more type water tile added to it. And if you solve this quest, then you get 5 more tiles into your tile stack, so the session can go on longer. So really your goal is to solve these quests by adding up or like reaching the requested amount of elements. That's probably the best way to put it.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and as you can see now, you would have you solved the quest and you have more tiles in your tile stack. And of course, these get more and more difficult to solve the longer you play.
Yeah, I think I'm committing a lot of cardinal city planning sins right now. But I'm very curious to see where this will go for me. So I'll drop this here. So I need to add at least 2 train tracks to fulfill this quest here. So I think I'll put that there. Gosh, I wish I'd been more sensible with how I was putting this
you're good.
Forest around.
You have many more possibilities.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Sure.
Okay. I can zoom out. Okay, cool. And
something interesting which we hear quite often is, of course, that the game reminds people of Carcassonne, and I definitely see why that is. Of course, in Carcassonne you match up the edges of square-shaped tiles, and interestingly, if you play the original prototype, which you can actually play on itch.io, you can find it there, and that's like the old version which we made for the Ludum Dare game jam. There, when you place tiles next to each other, it doesn't really count the edges that match, but it kind of just looks at what is on this tile, and if a neighboring tile has a similar thing on it, then this counts as a group. So for example, you have 2 tiles with forest or like trees on it, then both count as a group of 2 tiles with trees on it. So the counting mechanic is a little bit different, and adding up the edges or like matching up the edges was something we added later on. And after we added that, people said, oh, the game reminds me of Carcassonne, and then we were like, oh yeah, sure, that makes sense. But we don't really mind it. I mean, it's really cool to have people having such a cool game be associated with your game or the other way around. So we are actually quite happy about that, because people approach the game with an optimistic view, or like a positive view already. So
that's so interesting, because like sometimes, as somebody that does talk to a lot of devs, I'm nervous sometimes to talk about games that remind me of other games, because some people are just like, no, we wanted to actually be the complete opposite of that, and I'm like, oh dear. So it's interesting that you say that, and actually quite nice, because like you said, I guess it gives people a sense of familiarity, and it changes the way that they approach your game, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we really don't mind it at all. We try to, when we create prototypes, we usually try to make something which to us seems unique, or something which we feel like is unusual, or something new and fresh. But if during the development process you find similarities to different games, or other games which were out already and people already like, I think that's a very, very cool thing, actually. And it always helps players to kind of navigate the marketplace in a way, right? I mean, it's also easier to describe games if it's very new and the mechanics are complex and it's really difficult to explain. Then I think that's also that makes it more difficult to really pitch the game to people and show them what they do in the game. So if there are some similarities, it's always easy to explain your game with saying, it's kind of like a mixture of this game and this game, or it has similarities to this game. I think that's a positive thing, actually.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that, because I think sometimes I definitely get caught up in, oh no, like what if I compare it and it's like a really big really bad thing. But I think you're right. I think it does help to just bridge a gap in familiarity and things like that. Now I feel like I've run into some. Oh no, never mind. I was like, I've run into some issues, but actually I think that works. That works really well.
I think it looks fine. And then another thing which we didn't really explain that well in the tutorial, I would say. But when you place down tiles and you not only try to solve the quests, but also try to match up the edges perfectly, if you place down a tile and all of the 6 edges have the fitting edge neighboring them, then you get perfect placement, and this gives you additional points and 1 more tile for a tile stack. So what we see a lot is that people who play the game very competitively and try to reach very, very high scores, they usually place down many tiles as perfect tiles, while also trying to solve the quests. So this is kind of the pro gaming style in a way. So which is not something I'm really going for. Because obviously that's fun. I mean, sure. It's really up to the players, and we really like that the game offers different play styles and different approaches, so you can be really hardcore about it, or really take your time and just chill and build something nice.
I was going to say that I think that's the beauty in this. I don't feel stressed out, which is what happens when I play try to play a lot of city builders. Like there's no there's no punitive element. Like I don't feel like I'm being punished. Like it just says, oh, maybe that tile like isn't the best to go there, but I never feel condescended to. I never feel like I've done something bad, and like it's just a really nice feeling.
If you placed on the lake here, then it only shows you that the quest would not be fulfilled because it wants 3 exactly, like 3 more pieces. So that's like a new quest type. There are 2 types. There's the plus, which means this much or more, and this one is I want exactly 3 more water pieces. So you could place it somewhere next to the water, but not necessarily connected. And then you can solve this quest first, and then afterwards connect. That would be a good approach, I guess. But
that makes sense.
And even if you fail the quest, it's not a big deal. And that's a good point. What you said before. We really wanted to keep the game not too punitive. Is that the right word? Actually, punishing.
Yeah.
And we really we've put lots of iteration into how do we communicate to players when, like, if the placement of the tile is not the perfect place to put it, or not the perfect spot, and what sound will play, how does it sound, and for example, if you end a session, like the game over screen, at first we had a screen which said game over, and it felt really punishing in a way and frustrating, and then we changed it to session ended, or like so we really try to keep the game positive in a way. Yeah, that's really important to us, because we had players message us with really touching stories about them playing the game during lockdown, and this being the one thing really helping them to cope with, for example, some anxiety issues or other problems. And that's really awesome to hear, right? It's so nice to know that a game can really do this and help people out a little bit. And so we really try to tweak things very carefully. And if we change something, we always iterate through many different tries and change everything a few times before saying, okay, this is how we push the update to the live build and so on.
Yeah. Because like even now, like it's only been like what 10 minutes since we started playing, and already like I feel, I don't know, there's just a very specific vibe that it elicits from you, not feeling that kind of pressure, not feeling like I'm doing something bad, or I'm like, oh god, I need to like start this again, you know, like try and save scum or stuff like that. Like when you strip all of that away, you are just kind of left with just a very wholesome experience. I'm having a good time. I really am.
I'm glad that you like it.
Yeah, I'm like, this is okay. I was waiting for another train tile. It's been so long, and I think there we go. Cool. Although I feel like it's fine. I was like, I feel like I've closed this off in a way. But it's fine. We can make it work.
Yeah, definitely. There's like an end piece. It's pops up sometimes, and then also if you reach 2,500 points, I think it was, then you get a special tile reward, which is the water train station, and this allows you to connect train tracks and water pieces, which is a pretty cool special tile.
Oh, cool! Yeah. So did you say that unlocks at how many points?
Yeah, 2,500. So you still have a few points to go, but
yeah,
it's definitely
doable, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's also, if you look at the top left, there's like an empty tile in the distance. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And so we kind of brought some sort of a little exploration element into the game. So sometimes these empty spots pop up, and then when you build towards them, you uncover new special tile with an additional quest. And this kind of is like an unlockable element in the game.
Let's go this way. Oh no, I'm trying to build towards it now. I
Sure,
think I'm doing
yeah.
this properly.
It's actually a good tactic to solve this one. Yeah, that's a good move. But it's definitely good to build toward these early on, because then you know what sort of quest they are or what they want from you. And yeah, it's a good thing to try.
Oh, it's expanding. Okay, I'm gonna drop this here. And then okay. I've given myself 2 quests here, but it's fine.
Mhm.
That's fine. I'm trying to build towards it, but I've done this in such a chaotic way. Okay.
Yeah.
And how do I?
But
This is a bit of a silly question. How do I?
Uh-huh.
I want to get in a little bit closer.
Oh yeah, you can just drag the world with your left click. Exactly.
It was really
Yeah, I
obvious.
could have told you before. Sorry for that.
It's no. It's that's definitely a me issue. Okay. I want to get some semblance of, making these fields make sense. So there's that.
Mhm. This is a good spot. Yeah, really nice because this is a granary, so it's a special new tile. And do you see the little crown on top of the quest?
Yeah.
This shows you that it's a special unlockable quest. So when you solve this one, you will unlock the granary in your rewards page. So if you go to the menu, it's in the top left with the icon of the tree. It's the Dorfromantik icon. And then you go to rewards. There you have all of the different reward quests you can work on. So if you play a session in Dorfromantik, some of those are chosen as your active achievement log in a way. And so if you unlock this granary, then you will get a new one of these cards. And this can be like a goal to work towards during a session. So it's like a long-term goal.
Yeah. And so which one will we be working towards this time with that
It's
unlock
not
there?
yet in,
Oh, it
in
hasn't
your
been.
rewards. But if you solve
Not
its
yet.
quest, then it gets added. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, and then if you play a session, you can look at the top right, and below the high score you see the currently active long-term goals. And these are like your
Right.
achievements. So when you solve one of these, you get a Steam achievement, and you unlock the new stage of these quests.
Brilliant. Okay, so we're close to getting the Landscaper achievement, Landscaper 3, so hopefully soon. Okay.
Yeah, well, now the field quest is already kind of lost because you only have one open tile and no connected fields to it, But that's no big deal. There will be many more.
There'll be many, many more.
Many
I'm
more.
sure of that. Okay.
Yeah.
I had a field thing going on over here. So I wanted to connect these up, but I don't think it's gonna.
Yeah, there's one open spot to the left. Yeah, this one. But if you
Right.
turn the forest more towards the right, for example, or this way exactly, then you have two more open edges to connect to later on. So
Right.
it's usually good to
Okay.
keep open some options, right?
Yeah. Okay. I think I did okay for the first time. I hope.
Definitely.
Yeah. So I'm pleased. And at least I had you here to guide me. I have had like a really nice time playing
Cool.
through Dorfromantik. Such an incredible game. I will be taking a little break before we head into the rest of the streamer showcases for today. I want to thank you so much, Sui, for taking the time to chat to me and guide me through Dorfromantik as well. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I know what I'll be playing during my break. Is there anything else you want to say to the people at home for?
Well, thank you for
we
having me.
end
It's
it
been
here?
a pleasure for me too, of course. And for everyone at home and the community, thank you so much for supporting us all the way, because we really have a very active community, and we are very thankful for that, because everyone is very positive and welcoming. If you want to know more about the game, check out our Discord server. You can find it on our Steam page. We've linked it there. I could also link it in the chat if I'm allowed to. I don't know if that's okay. Then I will post it after I'm gone from the interview. And then, yeah, check out the game for yourself. There's a free demo right now. And thanks to the Indie Arena booth for having us and for hosting such a great event. And it's just been a really awesome ride for us. So yeah, and thanks to Shay for having us here too.
Thank you so much for chatting with me. It's been a pleasure. We'll be taking a very short break. So see you soon.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Going to market as a partner with Intel is pretty much amazing. They have a huge reach globally. They have a lot of events. You will reach a lot of gamers and you will have a head start already releasing the game.
Something that we found in working with Intel as a partner is that they've been hugely supportive in everything that we want to do. And I think that when you're creating a AAA game and you're trying to get that out to as broad and as passionate an audience as possible, you need to be able to make those changes, have those conversations with your partners in order to get the best absolute result.
Tatsächlich, dass es ein tolles Zeichen ist, dass wir hier heute Abend den Deutschen Computerspielepreis verleihen.
Der diesjährige Deutsche Computerspielpreis in der Kategorie Bestes Game Design geht an Dorfromantik von Tucana Interactive.
Finanzielle Hilfe für die Games-Branche ist der erste richtige Schritt, aber wir brauchen mehr. Hier setzt die neue Games-Strategie des BMVI an.
This is the story of a little juggler's girl. Trapped in her life, she wanted to see the world. Alone. And, oops, not quite alone. Careful, Abby. Careful where you flee. The world has worse on offer than the skin of your knee. As much as I wish that it weren't so, the way things are the way things go. You dared to dream. You dared to find your voice. That you now hear yourself scream is your own damn choice. I'm all you've got in this forsaken land, so hold back and trust in your narrator's hand.
Our strategy game, The Fermi Paradox, starts at the beginning of time. Alien Stone Age civilizations evolve on distant star systems. Our goal, as the Galactic Gardener, will be to establish contact between these species many millennia later. Intelligent life in the galaxy develops independently, but during crucial society-changing events, you will be asked to make choices. Here, a reptilian civilization called the Maru have reached a new technological age. You decide whether this era will blossom into a period of enlightenment and research, building new cities across their planet, or that the primary use of this new technology will be warfare. In another corner of the galaxy, problems emerge for the Kar civilization. An atomic weapon test gone wrong leads to an extinction event. Sadly, only a small nucleus of the population survived the disaster. Centuries later, the Maru detected a radio signal from the Kar and decided to construct an interstellar starship. The journey through space will take many years. A lot of challenges must be overcome until they can finally make contact. Meanwhile, a strange new species of furless mammals is evolving on a planet called Earth. So, Galactic Gardener, let's keep an eye on this one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're going to be looking at three more games today that I've chosen myself. My name is Teeny Giant, and you can find me at twitch.tv/Teeny Giant, where I do a lot of music streams and interactive community streams. So these games that I've selected are perfect for that kind of vibe, and I'm really looking forward to getting to know the developers and the producers of the games. So first of all, we have Matt, who is the producer of the game Lake.
Hey, nice to see you. Thanks for having me.
Nice to see you too. So Lake, when I saw this game, first of all, the first thing that struck me was how beautiful it looked instantly. I saw it and I was like, oh, this some work has really been put into this. What was the main focus behind the game, and where did you see it going once you started developing it?
Yeah, sure. So we're from the publisher Whitethorn Games. The team that put this together at Gamius are based in the Netherlands. They actually started this game from a single piece of paper that just a picture of a truck driving by a lake. And the original developers really wanted to pitch the idea of something that was a little more calm and collected and beautiful and serene. And then the game very much built up around that. So the original sort of pitch was, wouldn't it be nice to just calmly drive around this lake? No explosions, no zombies, nothing like that. Just a calm, beautiful, scenic drive. And everything grew out from there.
Okay, so for those who have never seen Lake before, never played the demo, what is the main aim of this game?
Yeah, Lake is a game that's about relaxation, it's about exploration, and it's about slowly unfolding a narrative. The main character is sort of at a pivotal moment in her life. She's left a stressful career to return sort of to a pastoral escape in her hometown where she's been absent for several decades. And through a very simple mechanic of driving through and delivering mail, you slowly start to peel away layers of the town and learn a little bit more about the occupants and inhabitants, and then also about Meredith herself. So I think it very much is meant to take you along a very nice story. You also have a tremendous amount of control over what Meredith does, but it's in subtle ways. This isn't like whether she saves the world or, parachute jumps out of a burning helicopter. It's whether or not she decides to return to the city. Maybe she stays in Providence Oaks. Maybe she does something else completely. And both the level of interaction you'll feel in the game as well as its eventual ending are determined entirely by your choices as you approach different characters and as you learn a little more about Providence Oaks.
Okay, well, historically, I tend to make really bad life choices. So I'm hoping that Meredith survives my gameplay today.
Meredith will give you an opportunity to make both good and poor life choices, I promise.
I'm so glad. This will be very representative of the way that I play my life as well in that case. So we're going to jump into the game. I'm going to start a new game, but just so everyone can see it, the starting screen of this game is probably one of the most beautiful kind of things I've ever seen, and it really makes me want to kind of just jump in and explore it. It's one of those, if you look around, you can see like mountains in the distance. It's almost like Godus style kind of game, but also with you see what I mean? A bit.
Yeah,
it's got a lot of beauty to it.
This shot in particular was hugely inspired by the Pacific Northwest, where it's set. The game is set in Oregon in the 1980s, 1986. So there's a few things that allows for. First, it means there's no cell phones, no notifications, nothing interrupting you. Like when you're in the car, the only thing that you have is the radio. There's no looking between your legs for text messages, that sort of thing. And that piece that you have to be actively involved in looking at the scenery is really a big part of Lake's experience.
Okay, well, the scenery looks stunning so far. So I think
we're
going to go for a drive. I'm not gonna lie to you when I say that I'm not the best driver.
There is autopilot if you decide to take it off-roading, so it's available there for you.
Okay, I'm glad that there's a safety feature for people like me who struggle to drive in a straight line.
Well, we've been demoing this. We've been demoing this at conventions for years now, and one of the first things everybody does is just drive right into the lake. So we're very there's been user testing. I promise.
Okay, perfect. So I'm not gonna. I promise you, I will not crash. We can even take bets that if I crash, I will. I will download the full game when it comes out if I crash. How's that?
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Okay, September 1st, right? It comes out September 1st?
That's right. September 1st on Xbox, Steam, and the Epic Game Store.
Amazing. Right, so...
Remember, 1986.
1986. Okay, that makes sense. It's funny, a program designed to help organize your life is the reason why I can't be at Labor Day party. Okay, so Meredith clearly is not very happy. She's too busy to go to a party. Two stress-free weeks. Oh, this sounds like the thing that I need.
This is set in a fictional universe where people get 2-week vacations.
There it is, Steve. Hope I didn't wake you up. I just came home and was wondering if everything worked out all right.
Hi, Steve. Yes, we made the deadline.
Oh, that's awesome. I feel so bad you couldn't make it.
Hope you guys had a nice Labor Day party.
I like the way that the graphics of it. It's kind of it's different, isn't it? It's not like ultra realistic, but it's still very nice to look at.
I'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, I compared it a lot when we were asked to series like The Wolf Among Us, where there's sort of or the Telltale series generally, where there's a blend of gentle and sharp.
2 weeks is a lifetime.
Yeah, it looks really
Steve,
good.
I really have to, but I will continue testing for Addit.
Oh, okay, right, awesome.
I better get some sleep now. My plane leaves early in the morning.
Okay, Meredith. Have a wonderful flight. I'll talk to you soon.
So we had quite a nice little introduction there.
Yeah.
Okay, September 1st.
Thanks so much for picking me up, Mr. Coleman.
Mr. Coleman? Please, just call me Frank. We're colleagues now, after all.
Well, okay, Frank. Thanks so much for making time for me on Labor Day.
No problem, Meredith. Postal workers always have each other's back. Your dad helped me dozens of times whenever I was in a bit of pickle.
Well, I hope I can fill his shoes. He hardly ever missed a day.
I'm sure you'll do great. You know what? While we're en route, why don't we deliver some mail in our beautiful little lake town?
And show me the ropes? Sure.
All right then, get ready to roll.
I thought she said she was on vacation.
Yeah, so the setup is that her father actually got a vacation after many, many, many years. And so Meredith and her father worked out that she would run his mail route for the time that he's gone. This is an extremely small town. You're talking maybe 2 mail carriers for the entire
It's always more
area.
beautiful than I remember it.
I don't think I'll
The
ever
music
get
is
tired of
really
driving
good.
around it. And there's our first
Yeah,
stop.
and we always want to let folks that want to stream the game know that
Okay,
they can
sir,
certainly
what's the
reach out
plan?
to us to be
Delivering mail is
whitelisted
like
so they're
a
not
walk in the
struck
park
by copyright.
mailboxes.
We do have that
Take this
available
bag,
at hello at
walk to the
whitethorndigital.com.
mailbox, and insert the
Okay,
mail.
so you got a whitelist list as well.
It's there'll be options as well in the game on release that let you know that, hey, if you're a streamer, here's how to, yeah.
Okay. WASD. Okay, so I'm walking. Where is the mailbox? Oh, very obvious. Okay, so. Oh.
As we promised, there's certainly
Why
nothing
is-
too complex in terms of the
Why
mechanically
is this
delivering the mail.
filling me with so much serotonin so early on?
I think people secretly crave quiet, just quiet, simple
Yeah.
nature
I think I should be
occasionally.
able to face the challenge.
I bet. Didn't you go to MIT?
Yeah. I left here from Massachusetts 22 years ago.
Shouldn't you get a job in computers then? That's really booming right now.
Well, actually,
Nah,
Hold that
computers
thought.
will never take
Just
off.
arrived at our next address. It's a package this time, so you'll have to get it out of the back.
I can do this. I just delivered mail into a mailbox. I've got this. I've got this.
The growing
Look at
list
me
of
go.
qualifications here.
Yeah. Look, watch me, Dad. Oh. Okay.
it's heavier than I thought.
It's okay. We got this, Meredith. Don't worry about it. Okay. Can't go in the mailbox. Too big for the mailbox. Got you. Oh, it's just so pretty.
I'm glad you like it. Yeah, we certainly put a lot of time and effort into making sure it looked as convincingly like 1986 small town Oregon as
All
we
right.
could.
I'll leave it on the doorstep.
It looks so good. Okay, I'm just gonna deliver the. I'm just gonna put it down there because you're not in.
It's tricky to
But-
capture both place and time, right? Like place is easy enough. You can certainly visit or get a Google Maps printout, whatever. But time is tricky. It's really tricky to recreate a certain slice of time. And so that was, I think, the harder part with this, rather than just the place itself. But certainly getting 1986
Take your time,
convincingly
Miss
right
Rice.
took a lot of massaging.
It kind of makes me wonder. Were you in Oregon in 1986?
I was born in 1986, not in Oregon. So very, very much not present, I'm afraid.
Sarah Stroming, the demo, the release of this game is out on September 1st.
Correct.
So I think this game is so pretty, and I love this. So why Oregon? Why, out of all places, did you choose Oregon?
Yeah, Oregon, I think, appealed to the developers. There's an article in the Willamette Week about this, which is a Portland paper, and the developers just, I think, were taken by the striking verticality of the Pacific Northwest. You have, like Mount Rainier, that's quite iconic, of course, in Washington, but also the very, very tall spiked trees and the mountainous verticality made for a very interesting place for you to set a game like this.
Now, I believe that I can't look around the screen anymore, and my dad's driven off.
I think your colleague has driven off without you, yes. I'm not exactly certain how that happened, because it's certainly not
Dad.
supposed to.
Dad? Dad? Dad?
Thankfully, we have Yos in the chat who just mentioned, oops, a tiny bug. We have to get into the house specifically. So typically what happens here, you have a pre-release version. This has been patched out. I had hoped you wouldn't have gotten it. But at any rate, you have to walk into your house.
This is my house.
That's all. This is your house. Normally, the camera here would make this a lot easier, but unfortunately, pre-release ones, this has already been patched and caught by other players, so customers, of course, won't receive that particular boo-boo, but as you get closer and closer to launch, we are massaging out every last little bug, so apologize for that, but hopefully it'll keep going from here.
It's not a bug, guys. It's an extra feature. Okay?
It's a
okay, so
surprise feature. Yep.
I'm standing at my house. And it appears that I still have that bug. Would you like me to restart or pick up where someone else left off?
Yos or Pim in the chat. Yeah, you can just hit skip intro, and then you'll go directly to the game itself.
Oh,
this
perfect.
is you're sort of in a
There you go.
tutorial right now. How
Very
to
easy.
deliver. Yeah. Thank you,
Good
Yos.
morning, Meredith. Ready for your first day?
I'm ready, Dad. Well, what
This
would
one
I
is
say?
actually your friend Frank. Your dad is off on vacation.
Sorry, Frank. I mistaken you for my dad. What would I say? I'd say yes.
Good morning,
Let's
Frank.
go.
Ready to rock.
It's a great day to be on the road. I already filled up the mailbag in the truck, so you're good to go.
What a good
forgot to tell you,
colleague.
There's a map in the cabin in case you get lost.
Frank is definitely very dad energy. He has the mustache
Thanks,
and
I'll probably
everything.
need that.
He does.
Bon
He has,
voyage.
he has a lot of dad energy. I'd love some dad jokes from Frank in the full release. Okay, so I'm driving
you
now.
probably will not be disappointed with that particular desire.
I will add. This makes me. Meredith, we had an agreement. You're meant to get into the truck now. Okay, Meredith is refusing to get into the truck. Am I on the wrong side?
No, you were on the correct side.
Pressing E is not allowing me into the truck. Should
That
I?
is not wonderful.
That's okay. What I'll do is I will quit and reload the game briefly, and
Let's
I'll
do that.
start from
Yeah,
the
so-
previous loaded version that we had.
That sounds fine. Yeah, what you
Save
missed
and
from
reload?
the intro there is that, and Yos mentioned this in the chat, that you get a answering machine message from your dad and mom who say they've safely arrived at their vacation in Florida. That's the evening message, and that you're ready to start your 2 weeks.
The truck doesn't like me, guys, but that's fine. It's because it knows I can't drive. That's why, isn't it?
Once
To be fair,
you
I
get
do
in, I
drive
think
in
you'll be a natural.
I actually do live in Florida. I have no idea why they would choose to vacation here. Honestly. Okay, so we're gonna reload
Well,
the
but
game from the
before
save
this
spot.
last year, I think it was pretty safe and pretty. Maybe right now I wouldn't vacation anywhere, but
Oh,
such is
definitely
this
not.
world.
Did you find that the pandemic enabled you to get on with developing this game a bit faster, or was it a hindrance? How did you find being a developer producer of this game during a pandemic?
So we actually, I mean, as a publisher, we have nearly 30 IPs that we work with. So thankfully, for us, it was making certain that we were communicative with our devs and flexible with deadlines, because certainly a lot of our developers were dealing with personal tragedies related to the coronavirus, as well as just general, mental health decline from being stuck indoors for 2 years. But I will say games did quite well, because they offered a way for us to go to beautiful places like this one, or play other things that allowed us to communicate and be close to one another during a time when otherwise that might have been completely impossible. So maybe I had an extra. Yos in chat has said probably best to just start a new game and skip the intro immediately.
Yep.
Yeah, I apologize.
agree.
Again, these are pre-release versions that we've provided, so they are a little bit in dev still.
That's absolutely fine. Let me try and get out of this game. If I alt tab, will that do it? That will not do it. So I need the parsec version of the game to be closed out, if possible, please.
Should just take a second. Sorry about that, folks.
Got it.
Yeah, in the chat. Alt F4 works for everything. I think if we smashed Alt F4 with the number of softwares that are layered here, that would be a bad scene. Yeah.
Okay, I'm reloading the game right now, guys. It doesn't take very long to load, so we are in luck. And there has been a previous play file on here, so I'm going to load that game. Or I'm going to load the game from where I left off. Yost, do you say that I should load the game from where I left off on day 2? Or should I immediately just go in and skip the intro?
I would
What do you say, Yost?
probably start new and skip the intro on our end, because that's going to keep everything new and fresh, no variables. Yeah, Yost also, same idea. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to be starting again. Luckily, I was only on day 1 anyway. I hadn't actually got to do any delivery for Frank. He's going to be very disappointed if I don't, though, so I better get back into this as quickly as possible. You're welcome.
Frank's a colorful
Yost.
character. You actually learn a lot more about him throughout the story, and I think you'll grow to sort of have an interesting relationship with Frank.
I can't wait for my relationship with Frank to develop, quite honestly.
Good morning, Meredith. Ready
Here
for
we go.
your first day?
It is my first day again. I'm going to do the other option.
Yeah, I guess. Good morning.
Come on, tell me off.
It's a great day to be on the road. I already
You know, I love the mornings here. The sunlight is this lovely orange. I really like these shots.
I like the kind of haze that you have here. It's really nice up here. I'll probably need a map. Thanks, Frank.
Bon voyage.
Live action playtesting. This is exactly what it is. So with any game that is pre-released, there is always going to be the odd bug that you come across, and it's normal. That's why it's called a beta, because it's not ready for release. Okay, map.
Correct. Yep.
Map. Can I zoom? Oh, I can zoom in. Okay, so my first is a package. Which side of the road do I drive on?
In America, you drive on the right. Yeah, the one that doesn't make an L.
So, oh, is it you? Is it
Jay in the chat? I think as soon as I had children, I went immediately to Hawaiian shirts and a mustache. So I think that's just, like I said, it's the dad energy coming through that Frank has.
Oh no. Is it you?
In your bottom left is you have the address that you're at in the bottom left, Main Street there by your map.
Oh, I'm on Main Street. Okay, so it might not be you. I'll put the teddy bear back. I'm sorry. Lake Road, Main Street. Got it. I've got the right package now. See, I would not be the best delivery driver because I didn't even look at the address. I'm going to be honest. Okay, so I just walk in here. Hello. Just me, your local delivery lady.
Can I help you?
Hello. Here's today's mail.
New in town. Your face looks familiar.
Well, I grew up here and then left for college 22 years ago.
22 years ago, back when they called me Nancy Sinatra instead of Nancy Reagan. So now you're back, huh? I know what it's like.
You do?
It's best not to feel bad about it. Only a few people ever really make it.
I like having the option of what I say to people.
I wonder if it's gonna rain today. It's been raining a lot lately.
It'll change.
It's a dated
actually.
reference.
Yeah.
So
well,
it
intentionally
changes?
so. Yeah.
Ooh. So the more I speak to her, the more she might like or dislike me. That's
Correct.
a lot of
yeah,
pressure.
everybody
okay.
that you set the level of engagement you like with not customers, with characters in this game. You really, can choose to just blithely deliver their mail and not engage with them in any way. You can certainly engage as much as you like. The game doesn't really force you one way or another.
I'm going to engage with everyone because I have a need to please. Right, so this one's just a letter. Okay.
Yeah, they're just in your satchel, so
Oh, my
no need
my
to
shift
retrieve
makes me
anything from the truck.
walk slightly faster as well.
This is the old Sugarman place, but
Yeah,
the envelope
there's
says
no
McGill.
run for
Must
this
have
isn't
moved
a
away.
running kind of game, but you can pick it up a little bit if you hold shift.
I actually think that mail delivery might be the job for me after playing this game. What is this? What does this mean? Main
That is a
Street.
fast travel
Okay.
point. So if later you don't necessarily want to do the drive, we did give people the option to move quickly from spot to spot.
Actually enjoying
I would
this.
always choose to do the drive. Okay, so maybe I should
In
do
my
that
case,
one
I always
first.
did the drive as well.
I'm gonna do this one first because I feel like always start furthest away and make it easier for yourself later on, right? I'm not gonna get a speeding ticket, am I?
No.
I nearly crashed the van. You don't need to talk about that, okay? So, how long has this game been in development for?
Oh, I mean, Yost in chat has a direct answer, but I can say for our part, we've been around, involved for about 2 years, and I think it was at least 2 years or so before that. So yeah, I would say that's what I was gonna guess, about 4 years. Yost in
4
chat says
years.
about 4 years.
Is that typical for a game? Is that typical for
Depends
how
on the
long
size
a
of the game, but I would say many of the games in our catalog, I would say 3 is probably our average. As the games get a little bigger, Lake is one of our larger titles in terms of playtime, and so I would say 4 years is quite average. I think one of the things that's interesting in the whole length discussion in games is time takes time.
Come here,
If
hon.
that makes sense.
Now, let me
It
look
makes
at
a
you.
lot of sense.
My.
Oh.
A few
Oh.
lines here and there, and the occasional gray hair. But by gosh, it's you, all right.
That is rude. You can't point out people's grey hair. Wow, Maureen, long time no see.
Wow, Maureen, long time no see. I feel so old.
Wow.
Don't be like that now. It suits you. Age only makes a person more distinguished, is what I always say. To the mirror. Now come here. Tell me.
You're very focused on looks, Maureen. I'm not sure that we can be friends. Sorry, I have work to do. You pointed out my grey
I do
hair.
have work to do. I know you're busy, hon. Little Bird told me all about your temporary mail job already. News goes around pretty
She's
quickly
basically my
around
aunt.
here.
Oh no,
So,
Maureen, I'm
coffee?
sorry.
Something stronger? I warn you, I will not take no for an answer.
Coffee sounds
Coffee
great.
sounds good. Thanks. 2 coffee. Coming right up. And 1 piece of blueberry pie, if I remember correctly. You had one almost every afternoon after school at one point.
I'm gonna stay healthy,
Actually,
Maureen, for
I
my
try
grey
to stay
hair.
healthy these
Thanks for
days.
pointing that
You
out, by
trying
the
to tell
way.
me my pie's a health hazard now, Miss Wise? Ashley, 1 blueberry pie.
She's still giving me the blueberry pie.
Ashley, could you keep an
It could
eye
be
on
for
the
her.
bar for me for a bit? I'm gonna take my break now. You're a real
She got 2
trooper.
coffees, but only 1 pie.
Well, Maureen better be eating that pie.
Ashley? Oh, sweet Mary, what are you doing? Is everything okay, hon?
Maureen's gonna have to force feed me that pie, okay? I said no.
Lord have mercy.
Unconsensual pie at this point. That did not sound good. Okay, no offense. I'm gonna... Ooh. Which one should I do? Because this looks like the perfect opportunity to start making enemies.
No offense, Maureen.
You are certainly the first person I've played with who is thinking about making enemies.
That poor kid is like a disaster magnet. I'm sorry, Meredith. Looks like I've got my hands full for a bit. Next time, I want to hear everything, you hear? Don't be a stranger now.
Okay, bye, Maureen.
Maureen
This
is
is the
definitely the nosy neighbor type for sure, but she's loving. None of it's malicious, but she definitely knows your business, 100%.
Oh no! I mean, this is the perfect kind of game for me as a streamer. This
I
is the
also
kind
love
of
your
game that I
parking
would
job.
play. Okay, there was no other cars in the car park. It was basically free parking, okay?
Just laterally across 4 spaces.
Hold on, I'm just gonna stop for the stop sign, like I learned how to do.
There you go.
I'm just gonna check both ways.
You looked right first. That's the dead giveaway of somebody driving in the United Kingdom, because of course the cars from the left are closer to you in the US.
Okay, that's pure habit. Okay, that's been trained over the course of several years.
You're doing just fine. Love that.
Oh no, I'm on the wrong side. The double yellow line is the one I'm not allowed to cross, right?
Correct. Yeah, do not cross the double yellow line. Other than at an intersection, but yeah.
Okay. Oh. Whew.
Don't feel too bad. I've run into many people. They just kind of shrug it off. It's fine.
Oh, okay, good. So no NPCs were harmed in the making of this game. Okay, great. So this is, as a streamer, this is something that I would definitely play on stream because it allows me to be interactive with my chat because I can easily read my chat as well, and it's very peaceful. I think it's something that people can really switch off to. Now, which house is this? It's going to be the next one.
So we like to say that that's pretty much our whole brand. As a publisher, we try to say that our games are like approachable and bite-sized and very relaxing and stress-free. So, games like Lake do stream very, very well for that reason. I think it gives people time to sit and digest and discuss.
Is there other road traffic when driving around? So that's a good question.
Yeah, again, this is a town with 50 people living in it in 1986, and it's 8 in the morning, so not a lot of traffic. But yes, there is other road traffic that you'll run into, particularly around the center of the city on like Main Street by where the post office is. Yeah, you'll see some traffic.
Oh, it's this guy. Oh. Okay, I'm at... Oh, look at that 3-point turn, guys.
Yeah, Rock. It does change depending on the day and what day of the week as well, and time of day, that kind of thing.
I'm at 200 left. You want it? I nearly gave this to the lady in the shop.
Well,
sorry, guys.
hello there, big cuddly guy.
Oh, cat lady, I see. I'm just gonna drop this at the door and run. Ding dong. Wonder what it could be.
Drop it and take off.
A new mailman. Hello there. What's your name then?
I was about to say, I'm not a mailman. I'm a male Meredith.
I'm not a mailman exactly. I'm Meredith
Male
Weiss.
Meredith.
Heavens, I meant no offense. It's just that male woman doesn't sound right, does it, Genevieve? Why, of course. You're Emily's girl, aren't you? This is Meryl Weiss, Genevieve.
You can tell this is 86.
Years and years ago.
Yeah, we wanted to be conscious of the fact that those conversations would be happening, but also be very careful in how we handle them, of course.
100%. This is something that if a male woman existed in 86 in a small town, this would be the conversation she had.
Yep. And of course, nowhere in the game do we get into... We do make it more pleasant than the world might really have been in 1986. So to, of course, make it a pleasant experience for those reasons.
That is true. That is true. It seems very pleasant. It's very easy to play. It's very easy to watch as well, I think. Of course, you're the cat... That's what I said. You're the cat lady.
Of course. You're the cat lady. And you've got more cats than ever.
Yes,
I think you tell a cat lady she's a cat lady?
So what if I have
I wouldn't.
slightly more of them than I used to? Like
Slightly?
Genevieve
You have
here,
like 6 in your front garden.
and Oliver. Anyway, did you have a package for me then?
No, I don't. There is no package for you at all. I just walked up to your front door for no reason. I just wanted
With
to
the
say
package
hi.
in hand, no less.
Yes.
No.
Here you go.
No package.
Ah, thank you, dear. Looks like another gift from my son.
I wonder
Still
what it
doing
could be.
everything to get into my good graces, except actually drop by.
Okay. Gotta run by.
Anyway.
Well, just dip out of here.
I'm going bye. I'm done.
Goodbye,
Goodbye.
Miss Jenkins. Genevieve.
You know,
I
and it's
find
not.
these
I mean, it
interactions-
is. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Slight delay.
Sorry, the interactions for me as a streamer obviously provide me a lot of comedic potential, because something that I always
Sure.
look for is something that I could be funny with when I stream, and something that I can interact with chat with, and my chat are full of very, very humorous people.
Sure.
And it's like, this is something they would definitely get off on making jokes about, you know, the way that we interact. It's perfect for this kind of environment on Twitch.
So some of these characters very much should remind you of kind of Hallmark movie scenario where they're very they live their character trope, right? Like the cat lady's very much a cat lady and so on. And that's quite intentional, right? Because it does allow sincerity and comedy to kind of go hand in hand, which I think is writing in this game is actually one of my favorite little pieces. It is beautiful, but like the dialogue and interactions and little Easter eggs and things are really I think they're all very thoughtful, and that's something about it we really enjoyed internally when we were playtesting it for thousands of hours.
I really enjoy the character tropes. I think they're hilarious. Hello.
Hi there. I've got some
Let me
mail
guess,
for
you're
this
gonna be
address.
you're gonna be a
Turn off,
tough
Frank.
one. She is. She's tough. I'm Meredith.
Weiss. I'll be delivering your mail for a while.
And Frank just gave you the keys to the goose?
The goose?
Yes, your white and wobbly van, duh. I'm Lori. I'm Providence Oaks mechanic. And I'm the one who
Hi,
keeps the
Lori.
goose running.
Well, Thomas is my father. Should I live up to a character trope? Should I do the good answer or the bad?
Aren't you
course
a
I'm gonna
little
go for the
young
bad
to be a
one.
mechanic?
My father has been teaching me since the day I was born. There is no one better in PO than me. And I have to get back to work now. But I suppose you may drive the goose. On one condition. If there's
You are
ever anything wrong
16.
with it,
You
bring
cannot
it back
tell
to
me what to
yes?
drive, young lady. Go back to school. All right, I promise.
I actually love
I promise.
you go at this game in a totally different way than I do. You know,
No.
I really absorb the character of Meredith, okay? I get very into my character.
If that happens, just give it a big old bang on the dashboard and that should fix it right up. I'm working on it, I promise.
Thank you, tiny child.
Okay.
Back to your vehicle.
Thanks, Lori.
No problem, Miss W.
This is great. For people like me, like, I enjoy GTA roleplay. And for me, like, jokingly becoming a character is like a huge like meme in my channel. Is like something that we do a lot, and so I find out, like, obviously you've seen it's quite funny. Like, I can just and it's the game is perfect for that.
so it's funny.
I would never
They
comment.
comment regularly on anytime this game's on Twitch or on things like that. You know, the two things we hear constantly are either it's Death Stranding with no dead babies, or occasionally we'll hear like GTA with no guns. And I mean, somewhat accurate in both cases. But when you play GTA, you ever notice how sometimes you just do that thing where you really don't engage with the story at all and just kind of run around and explore the city and the surroundings and all the stuff that's been made for you? Those opportunities are very much available in Lake. I mean, obviously you're not going to get in a shootout with the police or anything, but exploring the built world is a big part of this game.
I mean, so far
Oh,
I'm
right, Bear
really enjoying
Creek,
it.
Near the old lumber yard.
Oh,
Thanks, I really appreciate that and just love having you play, to be honest. So
this is an incredible game. This is a really good game, and this is one that I would definitely play, and it's one that I would definitely download as soon as it comes out, because I would want to
Thank
play
you.
this
Yeah,
on
you
stream.
can preload it now on Series X. September 1, Steam, Epic Game Store as well.
Oh, he's such a lumberjack.
He's very much a
A
lumberjack.
rare sight for a secluded lumberjack.
Yeah. Last time I saw a human being was about 6 years ago.
I am here to deliver mail, and I come in peace. I'm Meredith.
Thank you. I'm Robert. I hope the peace will be everlasting. Let's see what's inside.
Don't open your mail in front of her. It could be a naughty bill.
What the?
Not just a build, but a
Bye.
body to it.
Bye. Bad news. Bye. Don't shoot the messenger. That's what I'm doing.
Dip again. This is like your personality. Just get in, give the package, and just dip out of there as fast as possible.
I wish it was kind of like GTA. I could just take his car and be like, "You can have the goose, sir." The one thing you like to do in open world games is explore. Well, you can do that in this game, Rockview. You can also, what I'm doing, I quite like having a task to do whilst I talk to my chat. So you can either explore the world, as Matt said, or you can go... Where am I going? There's a golden crown on the map. I must go there. Or you can... Sorry, I'm very... Oh.
Yes, the map is guiding you back to the post office. End of the day.
Perfect. We're going back to the post office. Or you can complete the tasks like I'm choosing to do. I'm choosing to use all the elements that they put into the game and interact with the characters because that's my gameplay style. Oh, you are not an easy turner, are you, Goose?
Yeah, a little bit.
So, what is next for
you
this
gotta
game?
like Tokyo drift around the corners just a little bit.
Oh yeah, I'm Tokyo drifting 100%. So Matt, what is next for this game? When the release comes out, are you looking at creating expansions, adding to it anymore? Is the game going to be a standalone thing? Is there going to be any Easter eggs added? What can we expect further down the line from this game?
Sure. Yeah, definitely. This is one that we're going to be supporting for quite a while, as with all of our titles. Most immediately post-launch, we're looking at additional localizations and regions to allow more people to play the game. It's currently available in, I believe, 9 languages. We're going to expand that footprint as time goes on. We haven't announced any timelines or dates, but we are intending to get the game to other consoles as well to let more people play, other platforms and consoles. So that'll be next down the line. Yeah. And additionally, oh sorry, you did ask DLC. No formal announcements just yet, but there are certainly some things percolating in the cutting room floor that we want to add to the title over the next, say, 12 to 24 months.
Hello?
Hi, Meredith. It's Mom. How are you? How's the job?
I actually love her outfit here. Just
I know. Did you design this? Is this you?
no, heavens
sure?
no. But she is fab.
She is one
I don't have an
stylish
artistic
post
bone
lady.
in my body.
Okay, me either. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Me either. Right. So, are we saying hi, Mom? I'm doing great. Hi, Mom. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna go yeah.
Hi,
Okay.
Mom. I'm doing great. It's so relaxing to be outside and drive around.
I like as well. Like sometimes you think she's gonna say something in a certain way and she doesn't.
We like to
Like
leave
with
it a
the-
little bit up to Meredith also. So you're sort of like the director, but Meredith is still Meredith. So there's some interpretation to
that.
how.
How is Dad?
Yeah.
Can he handle all this freedom?
I really like it. She's her own character, but also I get to kind of be her at the same time. It's a very odd mix, but it works so well.
Late night poker with his new buddies. Oh, I'm almost out of coins. I'm calling from a bar and Dad's ordering a margarita again.
Out of coins. Oh,
Talk
86.
soon.
86.
86.
That was a
Yeah.
payphone.
So for those of you who weren't born or don't remember, yeah, you had to, if you were on a long distance call like that, long distance existed first of all, so
Let's
calling
see what's on
Florida
TV tonight.
to Oregon would be expensive. But you also had to feed coins in the whole time.
Has anyone seen Henri?
Yeah, he's in the kitchen, unpacking the new tableware.
Henri! Did someone call me?
When I
actually
played
really enjoyed
in the
that.
distractions, I got really, really into the smut novels that your mother has. They're amazing. So that was like a big passion of mine playing the game.
Good morning,
Oh, really?
folks. We're starting the
Did-
day as we always
What
do.
were the so when you're making a game, and this is something that I've always wondered.
Yeah.
When you're
Dale, what's it gonna be?
when you're making a game, do you go with we want our game to be like this, but we want it to be in this way, or do you start with a hey, what if there was a mailman game?
That makes me want to get a piece right now.
So most games are built from a mechanic out. So something that feels interesting or or plays in an interesting way. So even if you think about like Mario, right, the game everybody kind of knows, you know, it starts with the fact that you can jump and kind of control Mario in the air after you've jumped. That controllable platforming. That's Mario in a nutshell. And then you build the whole world up around it. So like with this game, the idea was how relaxing and how just peaceful would it feel to drive around this beautiful rustic Pacific lake, and then how do we build a world around that mechanic? So that's usually the way games are laid out: is start with gameplay, start with the mechanic, and then build out from there.
And have you seen? I mean, obviously, I'm currently obsessed with this game. I think it's incredible. I love playing it, and this is something that I would download to play.
How can I help you?
Have you found a lot more success with this game than your other ones based on the mechanics that you've put in it, or is this one of the games that you're definitely trying to like push out?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely try as a publisher to give everybody in our catalog an equal shake, but Lake hits a lot of the beats that we advertise about our publisher, the approachable, narrative-driven things. Other games that we have, like Calico and Princess Farmer and things like that, they all hit the same beats, just in very different ways. So we try to have some diversity of content, if that makes sense.
Grew up here, and now I'm back to do my dad
Well,
a favor.
This is
I myself
probably
have been
unlike
here for
any other
6
game I've
years.
seen.
And
Like,
what
I don't
brings you
think
here?
I've seen a game
grow
that
up
is
here.
as beautiful as this and has so much interesting stuff inside it that you
Touche,
can
Mrs.
interact
Eastman.
with as well.
Miss.
I think this is definitely one that, particularly my community, would really, really enjoy. I think there's some of them here now.
It's
Yeah,
it's booming.
We'd
People
certainly
in Providence
love to
sure
have you
like
stream
their
it at
movies.
launch. Just let
I
us know.
guess it's because
if
there's not much else
we think
to
you'd have a
do
great
around
time
here.
getting to
Might
know
as
the
well
entire
watch a flick,
14
right?
days that you get here.
Oh yeah, so we get 14 days here, right? So by the end of it, it will be 14 days, and you would have developed these relationships, and then you choose to stay or leave. Is that because we've only managed to do 2 days? We've done 2 days.
There
and so it's-
are a few endings, quite a few endings. So there's several things that we would. I don't want to spoil too much on you, but there's like great resolutions to Meredith's story, at least.
Okay, so
three.
it's like a
So-
kind of butterfly effect. So Matt, thank you so much for bringing this game to the Indie Arena booth. You can find
course.
this game online at Indie Arena booth at the Indie Arena booth website. Can I just have that put in chat for me, please, if that's okay?
Yeah.
If you want to find this
Yeah,
game in
it's
the
both
demo,
in
please check it out.
Sorry. Yeah, the demo's available on the Indie Arena booth. Is what I was about to say. I'm so sorry. The slight little delay makes it so odd. But
That's
yeah,
okay.
the demo's available on the Indie Arena booth, and you can find more at whitethorndigital.com/lake, which has trailers, store links, everything else.
Again, this is out September 1st, so not too long now. Not too long to wait. I bet you're excited for the release of the actual game. It's a long time coming, 4 years, right? So
Yeah. Release days are always hectic and stressful because, of course, you're watching streamers. You're trying to respond to any, player concerns. Even though we put thousands and thousands of hours of QA into things, there's always still the odd little hiccup or bug we need to very quickly respond to and patch in. So release day is sort of, people think of it as kind of the end of a journey, but it's really just like a phase shift. You sort of just evolve into a different part of the whole life cycle of a game.
Well, Matt, thank you so much for bringing your game to us. I've really enjoyed playing it, and I'm sure that many, many others will enjoy playing it. I will play this game as much as I can on my stream because I loved
you
it
so much.
today. This is a beautiful game and very, very well done. Thank you so much for coming on the Indie Arena booth.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for having me. I love this stuff, and honestly, just happy to get more eyes on Lake. I think there's a lot of beauty there, and I hope everyone will enjoy giving it a try when it hits stores.
Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it.
Alright.
We're going to be wrapping up now and moving on to a quick break before we try out the next game. So we're going to take a quick break just while we set up for that. So moving into the break. I never know how to wrap that stuff up.
Going to market as a partner with Intel is pretty much amazing. They have a huge reach globally. They have a lot of events. You will reach a lot of gamers and you will have a head start already releasing the game.
Something that we found in working with Intel as a partner is that they've been hugely supportive in everything that we want to do. And I think that when you're creating a AAA game and you're trying to get that out to as broad and as passionate an audience as possible, you need to be able to make those changes, have those conversations with your partners in order to get the best absolute result.
Tatsächlich, dass es ein tolles Zeichen ist, dass wir hier heute Abend den Deutschen Computerspielepreis verleihen.
Der diesjährige Deutsche Computerspielpreis in der Kategorie Bestes Game Design geht an Dorfromantik von Tucana Interactive.
Die finanzielle Hilfe für die Games-Branche ist der erste richtige Schritt, aber wir brauchen mehr. Hier setzt die neue Games-Strategie des BMVI an.
Rising Hell.
Welcome back to Indie Arena Booth. I'm Teeny Giant, and we are on to our second game of the afternoon. We today are looking at Inua. Inua is a game that relies on manipulation of characters around you, and it's got a very interesting style of gameplay. So I'm going to welcome in Igal and Florent, the producers of this game, to ask them a little bit about the inspiration behind it, where it came from, and what we can expect to see today from initial gameplay. So first of all, hello Igal, hello Florent, nice to meet you finally. I'm Teeny.
Hi. Yeah.
I'll be playing your game badly today. So why don't you start with the name, Inua? It's a very strange name. Where did that come from?
That's a good question. The name comes from Inuit language, Inuktitut. It means human, actually.
Oh, it means human. Okay.
Yeah.
So when we have Inuit language in there, does that mean that there's a large Inuit kind of reference here, like a large amount of Inuit culture in this game?
Yeah. In the game, you're going to meet 3 characters. Those 3 characters actually evolve in Inuit territory. They don't know much about that territory, but they will kind of like discover this land in a colonial way, in a sense. So they will need to decipher how the land works, and they will meet Inuit people in doing so. So the game actually has.
So the first thing we see is that like the night sky. Nature has all the time to tell the stories endlessly as long as anyone is willing to listen. Okay, so it's kind of like we're getting into this kind of like mystical vibe. I see it. This life was explained to me through a story of Nanaluk of the giant bear. Okay, so it's a big old bear. Okay, no paws nor teeth measured its patience and weight were even greater than anyone's. Okay, so what do I do? Oh, okay, we're moving. Hello? Oh, so this is interesting. It's like it opens like this bubble. David, it's me. No, you didn't wake me up. I'm good. Okay, so this is like an interesting... So we have cell phones. We're out at the ocean. So I take it this is kind of like the tutorial aspect that you have. It's -15 and like -20 with a wind chill, and I didn't send to the port. Ooh, David's getting sassy. Okay. Did you get a chance to read over the documents I sent? Okay, so I need a quick refresher. Okay. You've ever seen a game like this before? It's very cool to see unfold. It is. I mean, even just the way it opened up was quite unique. That's exactly it, Jay. Okay, so we're an expert on the Franklin tradition. So we're experts. I love this. I like being an expert about something I know nothing about. There's a lot of pressure now. I thought I told you to get a good night's rest. Okay, the flight was delayed for... Okay, we're getting there. Plenty of time to get off my mind of that weird dream. Okay, what happened at the weird dream? Tiana? There's a lot not explained by Tiana here. Sounds like someone's going to finish his coffee. Some of us have work to do. She used a naughty word. She used a naughty word.
Just a heads up, I think we lost Florent.
Did we?
So Florent has gone for a little potty break. He'll be back shortly. We'll get to it. Let's have appointments to Gervais. Get to where he can't hear me over all the fuss. Okay. Okay, explore the surroundings to find tokens. Okay, where? Okay, so I found an article. Okay, so we have the ability to enter their mind. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna choose Boat Boy's mind. I'm gonna choose Boat Boy. Wow. Okay. So I can instill in a mind to interact with the world. Okay, so what do I want to do? Okay, so he doesn't like that I'm there, so I'm a journalist. Or Tiana's a journalist. He doesn't like her. Okay, so this is interesting. So you're seeing the world from several different perspectives at once. This is very different. This is very different. What kind of inspired you to make this kind of gameplay?
So the gameplay was really like iterated by our game designer Armel Gibson, who's part of the Klondike Collective. So he's our independent game designer, and he wanted to actually renew the idea of the inventory. So you don't actually find objects, items in the scene. You find ideas, and those are represented as tokens that you can instill in all the characters' minds. And so instead of having an inventory of items, you have an inventory of ideas that you can. And so this is the whole principle of the gameplay, is that it's all based on this idea of instilling ideas in characters' minds. And we are playing every levels of the game.
I mean, obviously, instilling ideas in characters' minds. If I described a game to anyone, oh yeah, you just instill ideas into character, that is not something that you have ever heard being done in a game before. So this is insanely unique, just on its own. Just the basis of this game is insanely unique. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna let's go inside Tiana's head. So she's the reporter. They don't want her there, really. Okay, let's have a look at you, Tiana. Okay, so I need to look at my notes. Oh. Okay, I've got an appointment with Alan. Research ship, HMS Terror Bay. Okay, so I'm going from Montreal to Cambridge Bay. Okay, it's two ships, Terror, both state-of-the-art vessels for the time. 134 experienced sailor. Ooh, that's a lot of sailors. 1850, last time anyone saw the boats. So we look like I think we're discovering missing boats. Okay, first tombs found on Beachy Island. Welcome back, Florent. We lost you for a second. Welcome back, yay! Yeah. So, what really happened to the Franklin Expedition? Okay, so we're looking at the Franklin Expedition, so boats that have gone missing. Okay, so those are my notes. Okay. These. What really happened to the Franklin Expedition? Okay, so now it explains to you, takes a minute, so you get to know the gameplay before you really get the idea of what you're doing here. Let's speak to Paddle Boy. Hello. I like how they all like jump up and the journalist has a head. Oh no! Tiana's nice. Who suggested looking here in the first place? If I hadn't spotted that master in the ice wall. Oh, so he's the person that found this. What could possibly come from some Inuit kid? So this is the Inuit, right? Oh no, okay.
He's one Inuit character, yeah. He's gonna be an important character.
So he's an important character. Okay, so I don't have anything else to... Okay, it must be your head then, dude. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna deep dive in there. Good publicity to Parks Canada. They said that if she managed to write anything at all, we'll be lucky if she shouldn't throw up from the seasickness. I get seasick. I'm not gonna lie, I get seasick. Then again, she does. At least we'll have a good laugh. So rude. Okay. So I feel like I've clicked on everything I could click on. What is this? Okay. Taina. Is that how you say her name?
Taina.
Taina. Okay. So, as someone who's there's nothing really obvious for me to do unless I click this. Is this? There's more. Oh, there's a lot more. What does this do? I've discovered something. Okay, it gets very. It fills me with serotonin. Fills me with serotonin when the yellow thing pops up. Like I did good. I feel like I did really good. Okay, so. Let's go back to the Inuit, the important guy. Okay, so he's discovered something. I remember an old story the elders used to tell about hunters who found the wreckage of the Erebus. Okay, so this is like really a very strong story-based game. And this is a lot of fun. It kind of makes your mind work a little bit. Then they forget it's probably the frozen corpse. The Grim would have been... So where did the story come from? The sunken ships. Is this based on a true story? Is this based on, like, myth, legend?
Well, actually,
you want to go for it?
Yeah. Let's give it a shot. Actually, the first part of the game, so basically the first level is fairly close to a real thing that really happened. Both the archaeological expedition that you see here is an expedition that actually happened in I think it was 2018, in which a vessel discovered the shipwreck of the Terror, which is one of the two ships of the very notorious Franklin expedition. So the Franklin expedition left United Kingdom in 1848,
45.
I think, 45. And the aim was to find the Northwest Passage, so a way to cross from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, going north of Canada. And sadly for them, they never found the passage. What they found was death, basically, because they got stuck in the ice. They got stuck in the ice and they froze and they disappeared. And nobody knew what happened for basically more than a century, until scientists were able to locate the wrecks of the two ships, the Erebus and the Terror. So this is all true. This is all a true story, and that's
so
what
all of this is a true story. This is so interesting. So you are historians and game makers, basically. So you're putting a little bit of history in there as well. So can I assume that everything I kind of see in this game, based around the ships going missing, could be assumed as being true?
Well, to begin with, yes. In the first level, what we put, like the dates, the number of people on board the ships, the diseases that they had, the living conditions. This is all documented. We are not historians, so we don't want to pretend that it's only 100% correct. But it's very well documented and it's pretty close to the truth. But it stops there because that's the starting point for our story. But then all the rest of what is going to happen in the game is a fiction. So we started with reality, a real event that is fairly well known in Canada because it's one of the founding myths of the country, if you can say so. And we elaborated on that to go to something completely fictional. So yeah, only the first part is true, and then we went a little bit crazy.
I love the idea of taking like a real story and then twisting it to meet a different narrative in such an inventive way as well. The gameplay is very, very easy. For me as a streamer, there's a lot of reading to do on here, and I actually really, really like that it's reading and it's not speaking to me. So I actually really like that there's no voice on this, because it means that me as a streamer, I can then talk to my chat without being like interrupted. You see what I mean? So this is kind of the perfect setup for being on Twitch for me, as someone that would play this kind of game on Twitch. No time to chat, but we will pull out today. Okay.
To be honest, there's going to be some voiceover in the final game, but you will be able to switch it off if you want in the options. So
that's great. So we can mute it and.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I do voice acting, so if you need help, let me know.
Actually,
late for this one, but... Sorry.
Yeah, we've had actually a few streamers. We've had a few streamers, and actually all of the streamers that we've had playing the game actually voiced every character, every thought, every voices of the game. So there's a lot of engagement, and for us to watch that is quite satisfying. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Is that why you commented on my mic quality earlier?
Yeah, sure.
Ooh. Okay, so we're still in the story here. So these are everyone's thoughts, and so when it says articles, these are just their initial thoughts, and then discoveries is what they found out themselves. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes.
And how long did it take you guys to develop this game? So where did it start, and where is it now, and where will this game go in the future? Like, is there a release date? Is it still in beta yet? Is it released already? Where can we see this going?
All right, so we started working on this project 6 years ago. So it's been a long time in the making. It started very differently. It started as an idea for a film. As you can see, it's very story-oriented, and so at the beginning it was maybe imagined to be an interactive film, but then, so the original story idea comes from two authors, Nathalie Frassoni and Frédéric Bouvier, who live in the north of France, and their original story idea was incepted like maybe 15, 16 years ago. So it's like it's an old story idea. But then we tried to co-produce it with Canada, and then we centered it in France and found some funding for it. And so it became a real like original game with an original story. And so this was around 2 years ago that it really became a game. And now since 2 years we are developing it like to the stage that it is today. And so we are in the end of the production now, and we'll be releasing probably in the beginning of February of 2022.
Beginning of February, so not long at all then. 6 years in the making, and finally a release is in sight. This must be really exciting for you. And do you have multiple projects at once, or is it just this one project solely focused on this one game since day one?
No, we are both two different companies. Florent has his game company. I have a film production and game company. We both produce a bunch of different projects. Florent is mainly focused on games. I do VR and games and film projects too. So yeah, that's that was not so like purely 6 years of production.
I only have two projects together at once, and I already think it's way too much. So I admire you, Iga, to be able to drive more than two projects at once. Yeah,
sure. It's too much. But yeah, you have two big projects. I have a bunch of small.
Yeah.
So with the artwork of the game, so the artwork of this game is different than the style that we see in a lot of games. We normally see these very high graphic 3D kind of looking games, or the typical like Mario old style kind of games, like platformers. Yours is kind of like someone's painted it. What was the reason that you chose to go with kind of this kind of artwork style? Was it just that you just liked it better, or was it easier? Did it fit the narrative better? What kind of inspiration was it behind the artwork of the game?
Oh, that's a lot of different things. I think first of all we worked with an art director, Delphine Fourneau, who is very, very talented. So when we decided to work with her, basically it was like she's coming to us with her work, pre-existing work, and we know her style, we know the typical look of what she does, and she's always like very, very talented in using colors in a way that is not aggressive, always very, very soothing and going well with each other. And we know that she's not going to make a super detailed 3D models, high poly counts and stuff like that. But we also know that she's going to take you elsewhere. She's going to make you dream just thanks to her talent, basically. So we wanted to work with her because we are great admirers of her work. And it was her responsibility, basically, to digest all the documentation that we had about the Franklin expedition, about other sources in the two other timelines that we have in the game. And we told her, basically, look at that, think about it, and come up with something, come up with a proposition to what you imagine. And she came up with a couple of concept arts, and we were like completely blown away. So yeah, basically she was very like adamant to make room for the historical elements, make room for the cultural Inuit elements, and more specifically for the Inuit cultural elements, but not be very careful not to let our imagination get in the way of showing things that are that look and feel authentic. So yeah, basically it was her work to just jump in the universe of the story and come up with this very convincing proposition, I think. Igal, if you want to add
so much. What I would add is that she's put so much thinking and intentions in the colors of the game. It was already like the case in the concept arts, but then in the 3D models and in the settings and in all levels, there's a progression of the colors that says something that is very true to both the real and authentic elements of the game and the story elements of the game. And so I think it says it will convey a lot of the story and really it's a very strong and intense artistic intention, and as we are both very proud, I think, to have had the chance to work with such an artist.
For me, as someone who plays games, the artwork I think is very, very important because it's the first thing that you see, right? So when the reason I chose this game to play, so I was given a list of however many games to play today and to showcase, and I chose this one based on the artwork. So she definitely did her job. So you can definitely give her a round of applause for that, because this is the first one I saw and I thought, wow, this looks incredible. The idea behind it's really, really good. Have you like, obviously you've shown this in other places. What has been the reception like from other areas, from other people? Like, what have you found your best audience was for this game?
So we discovered that there was a small but very tight-knit community of people who are very into the Franklin Expedition, and we didn't know that because I discovered the Franklin Expedition with this story ID, and I don't know about you, Igal, but I knew nothing or next to nothing about it before we started working on this project. But there are people on the internet who are really into all things Franklin Expedition. So obviously they heard about the game and they played the game and they were very enthusiastic. And of course, the art direction was one of the things that they were very, very enthusiastic about, because I think that even if you're not really into video games and you just play video games sometimes and you will just play Inua because you are interested in the Franklin Expedition, it's the Delphine's art is so welcoming, so accessible that I think that it's really easy to be seduced by it and to want to play it. And what you said about you picking up Inua as a game you wanted to play is another demonstration, another example of that, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I've done something. What is this screen that we're seeing now?
It's a renewed, reimagined objectives screen. So
Okay, so
there are your objectives.
okay, so I need to reveal Graham's secret. Graham? Okay, so I guess I'm looking for an Aha! So my job now is so you got your list of objectives over here, so they're quite cleverly put into into this star sign.
Yep.
Which looks like Ursa Major, is that the right one?
Yeah,
and then
it's not necessarily always real constellations, but this one is, yeah.
Yeah, to me it looked like Ursa Major, or what is otherwise known as I think some people call it the frying pan, or is that the other one? It's the one that goes straight down.
No, it's this one, I think.
It looks like it's not exactly it, but it looks like.
Yeah.
I went to the NASA place the other week, so I consider myself an expert this week at star signs. I'm not. So my objective is to get someone's secret out. I think I'm Ruben. Ruben needs to get Graham's secret out. So okay, so the story starts to make a sense It's quite slow paced, which is quite nice as well. I think for those story based game players, this is a really nice change of pace, especially from someone who doesn't like. I'm not really a big fan of shooters and FPS, so I really enjoy like calm games like this. And it seems perfect. It looks really, really good, and I think it's incredible that you found this niche with his history nerds such in their little area. Is there going to be so the same question that I ask everyone, what can we see later down the line from this game? Will there be updates? Will there be little Easter eggs hidden in there? What can we expect from this game? Or is it going to be a standalone, it is what it is package, and it's an experience that you play through, and then when it's done, it's done? Is there anything to go back and repeat? Like, what kind of things do we expect later on?
I don't think we have a lot of replayability in this game, except that when you find the right path, meaning when you've done all the correct actions in the correct order, you are able to go, like, to advance into the story. But there is a bunch of stuff that you may have missed. Some tokens that you may not have found, some ideas like thoughts that you may not have read or heard from the characters.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of stuff that you can still discover, and they will give a bunch of information, some depth to the lore as well. So
okay, so there's a lot. There's a lot to go back to, I suppose. I mean, I've been reading everyone's thoughts right now. Have I not been? Was I not meant to read everyone's thoughts? I've been reading everyone's thoughts.
You don't have to. It's actually what we are discovering from our beta test is that most players tend to actually try to go and try everything at the beginning, but then understand that there's a logic to it. So it's not meant to brute force your way through, like in testing everything, reading everything. There's a logic that starts to appear when you play.
Okay, so I don't need to read everything.
No, you don't need to read everything, but of course.
I just enjoy clicking on their heads. I'm not gonna. I really enjoy clicking on their heads and making them float. So for me, the animation of it is just the thing that brings me serotonin. That's why I keep doing it, because it's so much fun. It's the simple things for some people, right?
But it's very important, actually. You know, we work with a game designer and who is also the game developer. His name is Armel Gibson, and he's very, very, very into those little details, the game feel details, the things that you actually enjoy. When you click something, something is happening, and then you have these very satisfying feelings. He's really into that, and I think that it's something that he brought. Like, he brought 1,000 things to the project, but one of those things is this culture of the juice, the feedback that when you click on something, it should feel nice and good and enjoyable, because some people just want the story, but some people they also want to toy with the world, and we are more than happy to let them do that. So yeah,
I'm definitely the second one. I'm 100%. If there looks like something I can click on, I'll click on it. Okay, if there's a button, I press the button. Okay. So these are like ship logs. Are these based on the ship logs from the historical event? Are these like genuine? Not obviously.
No, they're not genuine. They're not genuine letters. They're not genuine letters, but we can imagine that maybe what you discover in those letters probably did happen, meaning some people losing their mind. You see, they are stuck on ice for 3 years now. They need to decide
3
what to
years.
do.
Wait, they were stuck on ice for 3 years.
Yes.
That's the real length of time they remain stuck on ice. And so they need to decide what to do. Should they leave the ship and try to survive in the wilderness, or should they stay on the ship, maybe waiting for the next summer to come and the ice like melting away and some rescue missions coming in? So there's
what would you have done?
I don't know.
If you were on the ship, would you have gone off the ship to try and survive, or would you have stayed on the ship?
I think at some point when you run out of food and you see that the summer is not going to be warm, so the ice is not going to melt, I think the reasonable to do is give a shot at trying to walk on the ice southbound and try to reach the land. And even if you reach the land, then there's literally almost nothing for miles and miles and miles and miles. So you have to try to meet with the Inuit tribes. And there are accounts that some of the people from the terror might have met with Inuit tribes, but at least some Inuit tribes say that they knew where the ships were trapped in ice. They saw the ships, and nobody listened to them, because at the time nobody listened to Inuit testimonies, because there was this strange mindset that you could not really trust the Inuit, so their testimonies were discarded as not very. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, it's even more stupid, as if Europeans had actually listened to the Inuits, they would have found the wrecks way sooner. But just out of a bizarre pride, they didn't, and so they didn't know how to look and where to look, and they lost probably dozens of years looking for the wrecks. So yeah, it's completely stupid, but that's one of the many stupid things.
I can't imagine being trapped anywhere with several people. How many was it? 134? Was it?
Yes, in the beginning, yes.
I cannot imagine being trapped on a boat with 134 people for 3 years.
Actually, if you want a representation of what it meant to be trapped for 3 years on a boat, there is a series that is produced by Ridley Scott. It's called The Terror, and it's based on a book by Dan Simmons. He's a very famous sci-fi and fantasy author, and he actually did something similar to us. Actually, we did something similar to his. Is that he's filled the blank of the real, authentic story of the Franklin expedition with fiction, and that's summed up to a book called The Terror, which is a series too, and it's a wonderful series. It's a great show.
Rebellion. Oh no, it's getting serious.
It is.
Brownbeard, it is Inua. So this is a game where you are following the storyline of an expedition, the Franklin expedition, where boats got trapped on ice for a long time. And we're following the story of that and the mystery of it, so we're trying to discover a lot. And the idea is about implanting things into people's minds. So if I go here now, I've got another, I have another roadmap. So I need to be Simon and incite a mutiny. Which one of you is Simon? Are you Simon? No, you're Ruben. I'm going to try and do it without clicking on everyone this one. Okay, Rebellion, let's go. How quickly can I incite a mutiny? Okay, so just clicking on mutiny on Simon didn't work, so clearly I need to click some other things on him.
Or should you?
Or should you? Oh, now you've said that, I don't know. Hold on. I'm sad to say I don't share his optimism. Oh, look, they're talking. Maybe one of your famous friends can help you. Listen, guys, you've been on this boat for a long time. It's understandable that you're annoyed. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, how do I... If I'm not gonna be Simon and incite a mutiny through Simon, maybe I have to get other people to think, ooh, rebellion's a great idea. And then Simon's like, yeah.
Maybe.
I did it! Do it! Don't shoot! He's your friend, remember? Okay, so we got a gun up. Okay, what now? Okay, maybe not. Let's go to you. Do you want to do a mutiny with me, Ruben?
Oh! He does!
Oh! Let's go, Ruben. I knew you'd be on my side. Okay, let's try a little bit of... Okay, let's do a rebellion with you again. Now that your friends have done it, you're going to join in? Okay, maybe not. No! Look, there's 2 guns on you, and you're... Really? I think you might be outnumbered. You're leading these men to that... So they tried to leave, and then he was like, no! Oh. Okay, so there was a mutiny. So I take it I go back here now. Oh, okay. So we've discovered little bits about them. So obviously the skeleton here shows us a little bit. Can I explore more? Oh. Okay. No one wants to listen to the Inuit, just like you said. No one wants to listen to the Inuit. A story of ice and time. Yes. A story in ice and time. It's definitely beautiful. Okay, so let's go for remains. Wow, Maggie's not very nice. Okay, Maggie is kind of being a downer on the whole reporter thing. So when you were writing the script for this, did you have characters in mind, or were they just, we need this part of the story to come out, so I'm just gonna write this part of the story and then just assign it to a character? Or did you have like character tropes in there as well?
I guess it depends from what part of the story. Some main parts we knew needed to happen, so we needed to have them in, so we wrote them down and then we assigned them to some of the characters. But also some parts were more like, what would happen in such a situation? So we have those characters, we know who they are, we know who they behave, how they behave. For instance, on the crew from the Terror, one of the guys is a total prick. So every time we had an idea of something very like nasty to do, we would stick it to that character because this is the guy you should hate. So it's Henry. Welcome, Henry. This is the guy you should hate. Definitely.
So we already pre-hate some characters. I mean, my favorite character right now is Taina, or this lady here. I'm bad with pronouncing names. Can you tell? This is my favorite character here right now. She seems like she's interesting, and she just wants to know the truth. And it just seems like everyone's trying to stop her.
Yeah,
Okay,
and it's cool that you like her, because I think that's in the end an interesting character, and we wanted to make her likable. But yeah, you'll see what becomes of her in the rest of the game.
Because it's a story-heavy game, we have arcs, and we wanted those arcs to actually represent the evolution of the inner state of the characters. So we have 3 main characters, and we have a bunch of... They're not non-playable characters, because you can play all the characters, but they are secondary characters, and all those characters actually have an arc. And we wanted to write an arc for all of these characters. Not all of them, because, for example, those scientists here, you will leave the boat, and so you will abandon those characters, but Taina will evolve. There you go.
Yay!
Congratulations.
Well done! Bravo!
So you can add this game to your wish list on Steam. When it comes out, obviously I'm quite excited for this one to come out. This is something that I think is something that I would definitely play to myself, just because it's something that I think I'd like to relax to. Does that make sense? And I'd really like to read the story and get into it, because I think that's kind of what it's made for, right?
Yes.
Is there anything that you want to tell us more about the game, like the inspirations behind it, the main developers, anyone that you want to shout out and give some thanks to, or tell us like the certain things they did, the Easter eggs they put in, anything like that? You've already picked up the demo. J-Pop Channel has already picked up the demo for this game.
Great.
Nice.
No,
So
we
is there
are very
anything that
proud.
you want to tell us?
Yeah, we are very proud to count on our Inuit advisors, counselors, and we have as well a co-author who's Inuit, Tomasi Manjiok. We are very proud to have been able to count on them to actually help us in portraying all the Inuit cultural elements in the best possible way. The game is not an Inuit story. It's not an Inuit originated story. The story of characters that are like Westerners, white characters, or I don't know, like developed countries, which have more or less a colonialist view on this land that they are going into, and so it was really important for us to be able to count on Inuits to actually be sure that we are telling the right stuff, that we are not appropriating stuff in order to tell the story we want to tell. So we modified it a lot, and so we were able to count on those people. We are very proud as well to have music from an Inuit musician, throat singer. Her name is Tanya Tagak. She's such an important voice for Inuit culture. She's a great talent, and we have had the authorization to use her music in the game. So that's very great news, because it's wonderful music and it's throat singing as well. So it brings a lot of intensity to our cutscenes and gameplay scenes. And maybe Florent, you want to elaborate or give a shout out to other members of the team?
Yeah, the team was an amazing team to work with. It's really cool because, for instance, let me give you an example of how well it turned out. We want to tell a story that is crossed between English sailors and people living in Canada between modern times and the 19th century, and it's really complicated to write that. So we were looking for someone at some point to write the dialogues. And I used to have worked with a guy who's called Gareth Owen. And so I said, oh, maybe I'll give him a call, because he's a very good writer. I love his style. He's living in the UK. So yeah, we won't have the Canadian part, but at least the English part will be there. And I'll call him, and he says, oh, I just moved to Canada. I live in Canada now. So just I'm just in the right place to write the story. And yeah, it was. So we started working with him. It was a good coincidence. Things like that. Lots of things like that happened. And Swan, sound designer. So Armel and Delphine, we talked about them already. And the whole team basically is really great. And we co-produce the game with Arte. So the French-German TV channel, and the people at Arte are also awesome to work with. So yeah, we're really, really happy with the whole team, basically.
I mean, it sounds incredible. It sounds like 6 years long. You've gotten to know each other very well, and you've made some very important discoveries, including the discovery of the ships as well, which is quite good. Everyone in chat, this is Inua, INUA. You can find it on Steam. If not, then !Steam, and you can find it in the Indie Arena booth, 2021 Steam library. Please go check out this game. It is a lot of fun. It's very innovative. I've never seen a game that focuses so much on delving into people's minds rather than being like a first-person kind of walk-around game. And honestly, I'm into it. I think it's a lot of fun. The artwork was beautiful as well. So I just really feel that was an amazing showcase for you. That I feel like this is a very, very good game, and this style of play could become very, very popular. If anyone in chat has any questions they'd like to ask the developers that I haven't already asked them, please feel free to speak up now, because we obviously have so much to talk about with this game. It's beautiful in its design.
Tini, I know that you're not that much into voice acting, because you need to speak to your chat while you play. But the voice actors and actresses that we have cast for the game, and that will be in the final game, I think they did an amazing job. And we have Inuit actors and actresses, so there will be Inuktitut, so the Inuit language, in the game, and I think it's amazing. Those recording sessions with them were really strong, and we really loved doing that. Yeah.
Did you learn any of the Inuit language whilst it was being recorded? recorded?
A little bit, but it's really tough. Actually, the original authors of the story, Natalie and Fred, they tried to learn it, but it's really complicated. But they tried anyway.
Okay, maybe I'll have to. I mean, I don't actually know what an Inuit is. Can you explain what exactly an Inuit is for anyone who doesn't know? Just pretend that I'm really stupid and I don't know what an Inuit is.
Okay, so an Inuk. So the singular is Inuk and plural is Inuit. An Inuk is someone who lives in the Nunavut, basically in Nunavut and Nunavik, so the very northern regions of Canada, and there are indigenous populations that have been living here for centuries or even
well
millennia.
before the white Canadians, yeah.
Oh, so apparently I would know it as something else, but apparently the other word for it is not it's not particularly nice. So Igal,
Eskimo, right? No, it's not.
Eskimo is the word. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should say it.
No, but you can say it, but it's not like it's not the way they like to be called, so we're not using it. Then definitely.
Yeah. It's a name from another time.
Yeah.
It's a name from another time. So Inuit's like the new word that we have.
Yeah, it's actually the real one.
See, I never knew any of this. So you're teaching me so much about this kind of culture that I never even knew. So we're going to wrap it up there, guys. A big thank you to Igal and Florent for bringing their game to the Indie Arena booth. Guys, as always, you could find this game using !Steam in chat and finding it via our Steam library and put it on your wish list. Pretty please put it on your wish list. It's a great game. If not, you can always go to our website, which is online.indiearenabooth.com. Thank you so much for joining me, Igal and Florent. I think this went really well. I love the game, and it was a great showcase.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. So, guys, we're going to move on to our third game of the afternoon. I'm really excited for this one because this is the one that I immediately jumped to when I saw it. So, of all three games, I would definitely say I'm excited to play this one. We are going to speak to the developer very, very quickly. And we're going to go to a short break. So I will see you very shortly in about 15 minutes time. Bye-bye.
Tatsächlich, dass es ein tolles Zeichen ist, dass wir hier heute Abend den Deutschen Computerspielepreis verleihen.
Der diesjährige Deutsche Computerspielpreis in der Kategorie Bestes Game Design geht an Dorfromantik von Tucana Interactive.
Finanzielle Hilfe für die Games-Branche ist der erste richtige Schritt, aber wir brauchen mehr. Hier setzt die neue Games-Strategie des BMVI an.
Going to market as a partner with Intel is pretty much amazing. They have a huge reach globally, they have a lot of events, you will reach a lot of gamers, and you will have a head start already releasing the game.
Something that we found in working with Intel as a partner is that they've been hugely supportive in everything that we want to do. And I think that when you're creating a AAA game and you're trying to get that out to as broad and as passionate an audience as possible, you need to be able to make those changes, have those conversations with your partners in order to get the best absolute result.
Hold up, wake up, jump up. Let's mix it up, blow up. Wake up, jump up. Can you feel this? Hold up, wake up, jump up. Let's mix it up, blow up.
Welcome back, everyone. We are on the third game of the afternoon. We are looking at Murder Mystery Machine. Now, this is one that I've definitely been looking forward to as kind of a murder mystery fan myself. I love the kind of CSI kind of aspect of all kind of movies and genre. So this I've been looking forward to, and it was the first one that I picked from the list. So moving on, we have Romano, the designer, Neil, the producer, and Justin, the co-head of games at Blazing Griffin. Hello, guys. How are you doing? Nice to finally see you.
How you doing?
So the inspiration behind this game, first of all, when you were creating this game, where did it start? Who came up with the concept? And where did you guys individually take it from where it first started?
So, I guess like it kind of came about in a quite an interesting way. Like the game started as purely a functional prototype of we were exploring how we would make a procedural crime scene generator, basically, and we spent kind of some time exploring that, how we would kind of turn that into something quite compelling, and we kind of hit a point where actually we wanted to put a narrative into it, and we couldn't make those two things kind of fit. So we had these two different games that we kind of merged together to kind of create this game. So like that was the point when we started putting narrative into it, and that was the point when it kind of became the game it is now, where it's got this kind of episodic TV structure as well. So it was quite an organic process that we kind of went through.
That sounds very nice. I mean, obviously, I've been told that it's very hard to play this game and also keep talking to a chat. So I'm kind of looking forward to see if I can break that theory a little bit for you and just see if I can smash that out the water. So if we go over to the gameplay now, obviously we got a little bit of artwork here. We've got a bit of a brick wall and what looks like the Murder Mystery Machine logo. And we're going to click on New Game, and we're going to start exactly from the beginning where we should be. So who designed the opening scene? Because this is like exactly what I picture CSI to look like if it were a game.
Yeah.
So this was a collaboration between. Oh, you go for it now.
It was a collaboration between us and a studio called ISO Design, who are based where we are over in Glasgow in Scotland. And you know, that was, these red lines are a large part of the game. Our mind map is the point, you know, it's kind of going back to that kind of traditional detective thing of the wall covered in red string connecting everything together. You know, like it's all about connections, it's all about linking things, and it's all about this much larger story that you I guess like aren't completely aware of when you start the game, but it all just kind of spirals out. So that was kind of the brief that we had going into that.
Oh, so this is like an episode right now. Okay, so I got episode 1. Does that mean there's more games, or does it mean that there's chapters in this game?
So this is episode 1 of 8 episodes that are in this we call this game season 1 of Murder Mystery Machine.
Okay, perfect. So And in season 2, will I still be playing the same character, or is it going to be a new character? Have you got any like ideas for the next game already, or?
Yeah, we do want to keep working with these characters, these two characters that you'll see. You start off playing as Cassandra, and then her partner Nate, and everything kind of. You eventually get to play as Nate as the game goes on, and we kind of want to make that a larger part of a second season as well.
Oh, it's very interesting. I quite like this is satisfying, just this. Okay, I'm already into this. Okay, left move to introduce yourself, left click. Okay, so I'm Cass. So this is Cass right now. Hello, Cass. So I need hello. Left click to advance conversation. You must be detective. He doesn't look very impressed to see her. I'm gonna be honest.
I'll let Romano talk about this sequence, as this is his handiwork.
Romano, go ahead. What have you got to say about this area?
Some streamers we've watched have just got a look at Nate and thought he's a dick. Like, yeah, he's not very nice to Cass initially. Yeah, this is just basically introducing the characters, and setting up the kind of dynamic between them, and trying to make Cass as likable as possible because she's the main character that you play. At some point you do play as Nate. That's spoilery maybe, but you do. Later on.
Oh, he's not very nice at all, is he? He's just said, "I'm the best, you're the worst, I don't need you." Okay.
So obviously a big part of our inspiration for this is looking at procedural cop dramas, and looking at the various narrative structures within them, and the buddy cop structure is a really nice one to play around with. It allows for this kind of arc that goes alongside the story of the game. So we're kind of setting the scene here, with a bit of disgruntlement in the relationship, and we can see how this will evolve throughout the episodes to come.
Except,
Nate
I mean,
also
I'm already
plays
quite
the-
into this. I'm going to be honest. I'm quite into it. It feels like an episode, and it feels, when you're watching the TV, you're watching those CSI kind of dramas or Criminal Minds, and you're thinking, I could have done that. Now you can. Is the kind of the idea, I guess. I'm kind of into it because it really does feel like a drama, and it's one of those things that I feel like I can get into. I don't know if you were watching earlier. I kind of get into the characters a lot, and I'll behave like the character, which is kind of embarrassing, I suppose. But also, from a game dev perspective, I think that's probably quite a good thing because I get really into it. So there was a gunshot around some of that must be important, right? So gunshot. Everyone remember gunshot. I actually don't know what I'm doing, so this is going to be interesting. So I take it this is the room where I look around.
Mm-hmm. This is like our tutorial intro, and again, without giving too much away, there's more going on in this scene than you will realize in episode 1. But this is so this will just explain how you play the game in the most basic way.
Oh wow. Okay, this is the workspace. Okay, so I'm giving this workspace. Okay, help build a pit. And then slowly the evidence will link together. Okay, this is quite clever. This is very clever, actually. I never thought about getting pieces of evidence and then being able to link them together like that. Who's behind that? Because that's really smart. That is really smart. Okay.
I guess the original designer on the game would have come up with that. I've come on kind of towards the end of the process, but it's my job to kind of figure out how to let the player make these connections while telling the story. So as you make the connections and deductions, you learn a little bit more about the scene and what's going on in the story, which is kind of the core game mechanic.
Okay, so far I've got a letter opener, and I take it the little gun above it, this means it's a weapon of some sort, and it says over here I've got a bullet wound, so I don't think. I feel like that's not an important part, but like it's in there anyway, right? Or will that link later? Okay. I don't have any other.
Some people
doggy
get stuck.
icons. Some people get stuck. I refuse to be one of those people. Okay. I will impress you. Hold on. You told me to rotate the scene. Haha! I didn't expect
That's
to do
what
that.
people
Did
get
you?
stuck with.
Okay. Interesting enough. I take it I'm supposed to find something. I'm sure I am.
If you
There's
just
something
rotate
else
one more
around it.
time, we should be able to see something.
I found it. That was sneaky. Okay. First of all, the artwork. Okay. So I'm gonna link you two because you two look like you probably have a direct correlation with each other. I mean, a gunshot wound, a handgun, and probably the 9mm casing that goes with a 9mm gun. So can I assume safely that these are all linked together?
Seems like a safe assumption, yeah.
Well,
You don't
you
even
know
need
what they
this
say about
tutorial.
assuming things.
So there's a bit
What do
of
I do now?
tutorializing here. If you press that button at the bottom left, you can move things around.
Oh, I can make it neater. When you click on a node, it will allow the... Come with me. Look, be neat and tidy.
So this
It's
was
actually
something
been
that
quite
came about
fun.
in
Sorry, go on. Neil.
early tests. Early tests were all so many people just wanted to organize, and so many people would spend ages like, okay, I'm going to move this evidence to this side, and I'm going to move the stuff that I know isn't connected to this side, and they would build out little pockets and kind of structures, and it actually became like a reasonable part of the game. Just organizing people's workspaces. It's just like certain people have OCD about that, you know.
And if you
So
just
it
right
says-
click on those two, they'll select both of them together, and then you can left click to move them.
Oh, okay. That was me. That was me not reading the very clear instructions that you gave. Okay, that was my fault. Hello, Rick. Welcome in. We're playing a game called Murder Mystery Machine. Okay, now I can finally click on the window. The sus window. I saw this window and I thought, oh, open window. Blood on the glass. Okay, so I'll get there eventually. Okay, I know that you're all judging me because I might not be the most intelligent person outwardly, but I promise you, I'm very good at watching CSI. Okay, what is this? Okay, so I can answer questions. Okay. Who is the killer? Why is the killer?
So ultimately, every scene will pose certain questions, which is the objective of each scene, and those questions will be different each time. You know, what was the weapon? Who was the killer? Where should we go next? And this is also kind of factored into, you know, a longer term story, and there will be set, you know, elements of investigation for each case. So it's not every scene, you know, who, what, and why. That's kind of something that you'll build up across an episode.
That's perfect. Rick, I'm Teeny. I'm just showcasing this game on behalf of Roman O'Neill and Justin. These are the producer, the designer, and the co-head of games at Blazing Griffin, who have designed and made this incredible game. So the what? I'm going to go ahead and say that was probably the gun, right? I think I've done. I don't mean to impress you guys, but I got an A+. That's the first A+ I've ever gotten in my life. So thank you so much for giving that A+ to me. How long will it take the lab to check the gun? Okay, so now we're going into kind of like a further story on it. I take it that was just the tutorial altogether?
Yeah, so we wanted the tutorial to be set up in a way that kind of feels throwaway, but as I was saying before, that scene has more significance than you realize right now. One of the kind of fun parts of the game as a whole is this journey that these two characters take. We built it over, there's 8 episodes, and each episode is made up of kind of 5 or 6 scenes. And between each scene and within each scene, these characters get to kind of grow, and in the same way that you can with a TV show that you can't necessarily with like a movie or a single kind of point game. These characters kind of get to grow together and form a different relationship as it goes. Also, something really cool as you just kind of there, like the basement has now changed after that scene. You've got a little coffee pot, so now you can go make coffee whenever you want. And as they kind of grow as characters, we have this kind of environmental storytelling that goes on within this scene.
Look, I've got coffee.
It all starts to change. Like you can see, this is Cass's first day, and she's got like on her desk, she's got like a banana, and that's her lunch in her handbag, and that's just like her just kind of starting off.
So that's kind of like a cute little, kind of like an Easter egg as well, like a little something that you notice, and if you played it again, there's still like extra things that you'd get. Oh, I love this.
I've never noticed the banana before.
It's there. How can you not notice the banana?
That makes me feel really sorry for her.
He doesn't want to speak to me. Rude. Oh, okay. There's a second location, guys. It took me a while to get there. I was making 3 cups of coffee and eating my banana, but we're on the way to the second location.
In the next scene, it'll be really hard to control Cass because of all the coffee you've drunk.
Exactly. J-Pop in chat is all downhill from here. What, because I got the A+? I am going to prove you wrong, quite frankly. So we're going to speak to this person. Hello? Rapinoe. Okay. Mrs. Rapinoe. Nadine. Okay, Nadine. There's a lot of names. Okay, so she might be a suspect. She might... Okay. What was your relationship with the victim? That's what they ask first, isn't it? In all the crime shows?
Yep. You've seen this.
Okay. Can I make a guess? I'm going to say it was the secretary straight away. I'm just going to straight in secretary. Okay? By the end of this... New evidence. Okay, ask about Frank's character. What was your boss like? Okay, so he was nice. Where were you last night? Yes, you are a suspect. Everyone's a suspect at this point, Nadine. Taco Thursday, hey? See, I feel like I'm getting into this already.
Everyone loves taco.
So where are you planning on releasing this game, and when can we expect it out in full if it's not already?
So it is out now on Steam, on Switch, on PS4, Xbox One. So you can buy it now if people are enjoying watching this. We actually launched it.
I'm telling you now, I'm definitely going to be putting this on my wish list straight away. This is going on my wish list. I'm not kidding you. Genuinely, I love this type of thing. So this is going straight on my wish list, and you will see me playing this later in the week. 100%. Okay, so the time of death. I don't really have a who, and I don't really have a why. So she was Frank's secretary, home with the family. Nadine, time of death. I can't. So I need to link these two. But I'm not smart.
The nodes that have the question marks right now are like what we call unsubstantiated. Like it's information, but it's not proven information yet. So you're going to want to find something to substantiate those in some way, like some kind of supporting or contradicting evidence that you can make links with.
Okay, so this could be a piece of evidence here, right? So Daniel's the guy that died, is leading in the polls. Okay, so it's tries to what's a gubernatorial race? Is that a real thing? A gubernatorial race?
I think I asked Romano this exact same question.
Is that a real thing? What's a gubernatorial race?
It means a race for governor.
Is that a real thing? Is that a real thing?
I feel like I think it is, but I feel I need to Google it again just in case I had a weird dream that day. And
oh no! Now you're like second guessing yourself. I didn't mean to make you second guess yourself,
governor.
Romano.
particularly that of a state in the US. So I'm not going mad.
Okay, so we're looking. I'm thinking maybe that the suspects could also be the Johnson and the Herreras. Now, maybe not the secretary after all. Maybe no. I'm sticking with the secretary. Okay, she's the underdog here. Daniel's made a name for himself as a peace politician. Politics, nasty business. Okay, so he wants to make sure people aren't living in poverty. Okay, well that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Why did I read that like it was a bad thing? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, ousting sitting governor of rising people with no mean feat. Frank Daniels seems to be steadily proving his campaign team wrong. Okay, so Daniels was not liked by some people. Oh, angry about Daniels' views on handguns. Okay, so that's unsubstantiated. Nailed it. Got the word in one. Okay, so campaign photo. But can I link that to here?
You can link it to anything you want at the moment. It might not actually do anything, but
okay, so when the link goes red, does that mean it's bad link?
no,
is that a hint? Did I just hint?
That was a hint. Yeah.
Okay, I got a hint
probably
by
cost
accident.
you. We probably need to signal that a bit better.
Oh no, did I? I didn't mean to.
This is what happens when you release a game, and you're like, yeah, this is great. We've tested it internally. We know what we're doing, and then you watch someone else play it, and you're like,
oh,
yeah.
she accidentally clicked the hint. My bad.
Everyone's
See,
gonna do that, aren't they?
This is why I'm a great beta tester, because I click the stuff you don't want me to click. So Governor Johnson will work close with Frank. Okay, so Johnson was a name mentioned in the other thing, right?
The sitting governor, yeah.
Okay. I feel like you're going, yeah, sitting governor, that, yeah. Yeah, that's a hint. I've got outside help. I love how Nubbins Inc. in chat is like, yes, gubernatorial is a real thing, Teeny. It's a real thing. He didn't make it up just for the fun game. Gubernatorial is a real thing. So, was the storyline for this game based on something you read, something you just made up out of the blue, a real story? What was the storyline for episode 1, the one that we're playing?
So, it's an interesting one. It is based on some close to real life events of the game as a whole, and I kind of can't really talk about that without kind of blowing the larger story. I think what we wanted to do was, if you knew, you might know. What we wanted to try and do though was trying to create something that was kind of ambiguous in its morality. So there's quite a few instances in the game where you'll get to make choices, and those choices are kind of they're not right or wrong, they're not good or bad, they're just choices that a detective or a police person might actually have to make in the line of duty, and you kind of have to look at the greater good sometimes for those, and that makes them difficult. And we wanted that to be a theme throughout the whole game, and we wanted the whole central story to have a real kind of bit of a gut punch to it, in the sense that it's, you might be able to solve this, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone goes home happy by solving these kind of cases.
So if it goes red, is that bad or good? Does that mean anything?
The good news is the colours mean nothing.
If it's red, that's fine.
That's okay. Like a player-made link. So white links are kind of auto links. The red ones are the ones that you've made. So you can delete those as well anytime you want, just by like hovering over the center of them.
I can't substantiate any of these claims right now. Okay. Wait. This might be. I'm
There's
doing
a few types of
thing.
connections here, and they have different results, I'd say. Feel free to just connect things which you think make sense to you. There's no penalty for
So,
making too many
I'm
connections.
saying Governor Johnson, member of the gun lobby, therefore is Daniel's rival, because Daniel's rival. Wait, no, there's nothing that says that Daniel didn't like guns.
What you'll discover as you play is that when you make a good link, you'll get a little prompt to do something else. So if nothing happens, then you know that these links probably aren't right.
Okay, well, I've got other evidence to look at. What are we doing on Tuesday? Meet the constituents, but it was Thursday. Okay. Campaign finance calls. His secretary must have been there. Water treatment, ribbon cutting, black tie dinner. Okay, so water treatment. Frank, schedule.
This is
That
this is
doesn't
a bit
fit.
of a softball. Yeah, that's a bit of a softball. We early on you get like something like that where it's like, okay, 2 times. That's kind of interesting. And I think you just got there like new information, new conversation unlocked. So like you've probably got something you can speak to Nate or Nadine about now because you made that connection.
Okay, so I've made a connection. So if Nadine is there, so if Nadine's the secretary, should she not have been with him at the time? Oh, look, this man wants to speak to me now. Oh, this is exciting. I have so many friends. No, I need more time. Sorry. I didn't want to leave the level. Okay, that was a mistake. Let's do a little switcheroo.
There was another question or another thing you can say there.
Yeah, that wasn't him asking you to leave. That was okay. That was just.
Oh, okay. So for me, that looked like he wanted me to leave. Oh, Nate about the timing. Okay. Oh, I see. Nate, you could help, instead of just standing there and watching me do all the work. I thought you were the good one. Okay, so it's taking me back to this screen. Okay, so the who, the why. So this could be a good why. No, that is wrong. Ooh! Okay, so maybe I got something right there.
So you see, you can connect a who. A who can be connected to any of the character tiles. So the character tiles have little heads. So like Governor Johnson, Frank Daniels.
Oh no, I've done that wrong.
So you can connect those, and then the whys can be connected to whys or motives. Basically, you don't have a motive yet. That's something you've got to look for. Well, actually, you do. You've got one motive. You've got angry about Daniel's views on handguns. And the key thing is, so Nadine right now, she's a who, but she's unsubstantiated. So you could try and submit that, but I wouldn't do that yet.
Oh no! Okay, so that was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm not as good at this. Find a suspect and potential motive for the murder. Have I got all the evidence? Is that all the evidence I can collect?
I think there's a bit more investigation that you can do.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I think this is the demo version you're playing, which had this crash where it kills it if you come out of the workspace after making a bad submission.
Oh no.
But you nailed that.
Okay.
So,
it's not. Oh no!
The game is dead. The game is dead because this is the demo, which was full of bugs, chock full. But
Do
you
I
should
quit
be able
the crime
to return.
scene?
I think if you quit. How do you fix it again? I think if you quit and then I'm not sure if you need to come out of the game and then restart to make it work again. But yeah, you should just go back into the same investigation.
Okay, so I should be able to find more evidence and be able to carry on from the crime scene where I left off, right? Da-da. I'm so excited. This is so much fun. Can you tell I'm having fun playing this game?
That issue
I
is
feel
fixed
like
in the main game.
I believe you. Honestly, I think this bug could potentially destroy a lot of people's relationship with their PC if it hadn't been fixed. I mean, can you tell the difference between someone playing? Can you tell the difference between someone playing the game and someone playing the game and actually finding it fun? Because I take it you guys have seen a few people playing it.
For
and
sure.
is there a difference that you can see? Because I genuinely find this so much fun.
I think when people talk, some of the best feedback we've had of a lot of the times where like people, like couples, have played it and really enjoyed it. Like people that have, they talk when they're playing it and they like try and work things out while they're going. You really start to see like people getting into it by just like verbalizing and putting stuff out there and connecting the dots like out loud. You can really see people getting into it that way. I think it's quite a good like solitary experience. Yeah, it's quite a good solitary experience as well. But I think a lot of people enjoyed it, like playing it with someone else. As
I
well,
mean,
like, trying to work it and stuff.
even with the crash, I'm having so much fun. This is so much fun. Okay,
we
so
took this
I've
to
already collected.
EGX when out at the early stages of its life, and it was interesting to see their people coming up and playing the game, and the ones who were most animated. I mean, maybe because there were more of them, but it was great to see multiple people, 2 and even 4 or 5 people coming around and looking at their mind maps and talking through the mystery together.
I mean, I think
Good
that's
thing is that
exactly
because of the
it.
crash, you've got a second chance to get an A+ now if you don't hit the hint button.
Oh wait, what have I got to do? Oh no, wait. Oh no. Okay.
You're doing it right.
I'm just gonna collect all the evidence and then try linking it again. Hi Nadine, I'm back. It's me. Hey girl. Okay, I think this is what I was missing last time. He was no friend to the gun. Okay, so I'm getting all the evidence I had before, and now I'm gonna link it a lot neater. And you're gonna see that I solved this in one hit. Ready? So, have you guys completed the game? Have you played it through and actually completed it?
Over the course of the whole thing, yeah.
Based on the amount of times I've played this game, this is my favourite game.
I mean, this is your favourite bit of the game, did you say?
Because I've played this whole game so many times, you would think this is my favourite game in the whole world. But yeah, like testing and stuff, you just play the thing a whole lot again and again. It does get hard, like I do forget sometimes how to complete levels.
Okay. Frank Schedule says he was at a black tie event till 7 PM. For that. Oh, new dialogue. Yay, I got the dialogue. Hi, Nate. This is where you tell me to keep going while you stand there and watch me. Okay. This is like when your parents tell you that they're going to help tidy your room, and then they stand at the door and watch you do it. Okay. Campaign photo. So Daniels didn't go to event. Ooh. Okay, so it's safe to assume. Okay. So he was shot at home. But that doesn't tie in with him being a workaholic, unless he was working from home. You know, COVID, I suppose. Why was she home?
This is set in a time before COVID.
He was home enjoying Taco Thursday, so...
The thing is, I don't buy that at all because it's Taco Tuesday, not Taco Thursday.
Exactly.
If I could question her
That
on
is
that
like the
alone,
main
I
bit of
would.
feedback we've got.
That is the... is that... Okay, so that means that he is angry about this, Oh, look at me go. I'm an expert. Oh, okay, I'm going to leave that there. I'm not going to mess with it. Okay,
I
so
think
Frank
It's quite
Daniels...
fun watching people panic
There's still stuff
and
in
think
the
everything.
scene, right? Is there
There's
still
still
more in the
stuff.
I
scene?
think there must be.
Nadine, you have something to say to me? This is your last chance. Event marked in the diary. He told me. Okay. That was very out of character for Frank. I've unlocked so much evidence. I'm hoarding evidence at this point. Okay. She didn't know that Daniels was at home. I don't believe that for a second, Governor Johnson. I think you're sus. Okay, so told no one else where Daniels was, so that fits in with that.
I
There
think
is
just
something
before you
about.
crashed, you'd had another connection about the rivals.
I had another... Oh, did I? Daniel's rival. Because he's leading in the polls, right?
Yeah, so now you've got some new dialogue unlocked.
Thank you for hinting. Thank you for giving me the hints.
Well, I mean, you'd solved it before.
Oh, see, I have this. When I restart things, I forget things very easily. So I quite like the mind map. It's very intuitive because it helps people like me who forget everything. So Danny was keeping ahead in the polls. I think Johnson did it now. Because the game has technically restarted, I can change my answer. So I'm going to say Johnson. Johnson. Okay, new evidence. I don't know if he could. Because he didn't know Daniels was home.
Yeah, something doesn't add up.
It
There's
does
only
not
one way
add
to
up.
find out if it's right.
I think it's going to be Nadine. It's the secretary.
I wouldn't.
You're so close.
Jump to conclusions.
I click on the button. You were so close. Okay, so
you verbally drew the link, but not so that the game knows that you want to draw the link. You almost had.
Okay, so he didn't know that. He doesn't know that he was home. So how could he have arranged the hit? Oh,
exactly.
Look at me go! I did that all on my own with no help from anyone else at all. That was pure me. Tapping out already. I was Nate about Joseph. Okay. We have a problem. What is the problem, Nate? Oh, I mean, calling me out a little bit, I see, but listen, buddy, we don't talk about people's pasts, okay? Just the important future. Is this so far-fetched? Maybe we think closer to home. See what rapid. Oh, nailed it. Okay, so
Nate gave you a clue there.
I've got a campaign photo that I haven't connected to anything.
Sometimes when you talk to someone, they'll give you they'll pose a question, So Nate there was just like, we should talk to Nadine again. But prior to that, Nate would say like, here's a theory. Can you prove or disprove this theory? And that'll kind of push you into the mind map and give you something to do. But right now, you should just go and talk to Nadine. She's
sitting there looking pretty, waiting for interrogation. Okay. Nadine. Hello again. Oh. I was making awkward phone calls to Mrs. Dan to explain that Frank will be coming home for dinner. Oh, you do not want to be in that position, Nadine. That's a bad place to be. So it was always so basically, Mrs. Daniels was very suspicious of Mr. Daniels. Dun dun dun. Maybe an affair. Okay, so that's a Linky son. Okay. Shot at home. Maybe it was the wife. Oh no, I don't have a block for the wife. Oh no.
I think there's something else, another deduction we can make in the workspace, but there's so many links on screen, I'm having trouble seeing it.
I'm gonna be honest. I'll move this over here.
That no one knew that Daniels was home, and there might have been some evidence that we just received that refutes that.
Well, his wife was there. Would his wife not have been home?
His wife got a call, right? To say that Nadine said she didn't tell anyone that he was at home. But she did. Where's the note that says that?
I think it's 2 down. I think it's told no one else where Daniels was, and wife always asking where he was.
Yeah, I've connected that. Oh, I have. I had already connected it.
It was the one above. It was so close.
Okay.
It's interesting seeing
workspace organization is so important.
Exactly. There's some really nice screenshots on Steam of how people have organized their workspaces in different ways.
Okay, Rosemary wasn't home. We can't blame Rosemary. Wife knew he was home. Okay. Well. Sorry, Rosemary. It's you. Oh. Oh, wait, I don't have a why. I don't think his wife's going to be very politically motivated. And I don't think she really cares about his views on handguns. Is probably why she's with him, right? Oh no, I need more evidence. So how long do you think each episode takes to get through?
It varies, but you're looking at a minimum of an hour. I would say is the quickest that I would expect anyone to get through. So
You're maybe there. Like,
this is always good.
Ta-da! I got an A that time. Not an A+, but you know, I'll take it. So guys, we're going to wrap up the gameplay there, and I'm going to ask you a few questions about your game, obviously. First of all, have you ever successfully solved this series of murders? Like the first time you played it, did you successfully solve it yourself? Were you expecting the twist that they put in? When I say they, I mean you. It's weird when normally as a streamer, when you talk about devs, you talk about devs like this kind of invisible humans that kind of work behind the scenes. So how do you feel about the game? Do you think it came out as perfectly as you would have wanted it to? Is everything looking good for you? Are you happy with it? Because this is something that I would definitely download. And I think just from having that impression, just from one person, I think that's definitely a huge plus, right? Because this is not just me that's been playing it. This is like 1,000 to 2,000 people that have been seeing it as well, which is an amazing platform. So how do you feel like this game is perceived by the audience?
Well, your opinion really does matter the most, so that's all that matters to me. But it's been great. It's been really interesting. Like as a dev, it's quite terrifying to release a game. It's quite you're kind of releasing something into the unknown, you know. So you're like, who knows what's going to happen? We've gotten loads of good feedback. We've gotten people pointing out, you know, bugs or mistakes, but we've also got people kind of pointing out like how much they like the characters and how much they like the story, and you know, sending us improvements. So you know, we're going to keep working on things like that. Like if anyone wants to give us any feedback on anything, like we will update the game to fix anything along those lines. But you know, we've had great feedback and we're really happy with it so far. And you know, me personally, like I'm really happy that we got to kind of release this kind of experiment of a game in some ways, like the structure of it, the style, the way it's built around this kind of TV series, like episodic structure, like this 8 episodes like arc. You know, it was based on some of our kind of favorite TV shows at the time, of stuff like True Detective and Mindhunters and all these kind of things. So we got to do something really cool. It looks cool, and we've got great feedback, so we're happy.
I'm happy with it. This is something that I'm going to be definitely adding to my Steam library. Guys, please check out this game you can find it at online.indiearenabooth.com, or you can look at our Steam list. And on that Steam list, you will find this in the library. It is Murder Mystery Machine. This may have been one of my favorite ones to play today. Honestly, I played 3 games today. This one had me hooked because obviously I am a true crime fanatic, kind of nerd kind of thing. Guys, thank you so much for joining me, and thank you for showcasing this amazing game. I'll be adding this to my Steam library 100%. So a big thank you to Romano, the designer, Neil, the producer, and Justin, the co-head of games at Blazing Griffin. I appreciate you so much for stopping by and showcasing your amazing game. Guys, moving on. We are about to wrap up the show for the day. So I'll be sending you straight over back to Shay, Valentina, and Wolf to wrap up the show. I've been Teeny Giant. You can find me at twitch.tv/Teeny Giant. You don't have to, though. I'm not very good at gameplay. However, Shay, Valentina, and Wolf will be wrapping up the show with you, and I pass over to them now. Thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you have a fantastic afternoon.
Thank you so much, Teeny Giant, for holding down the fort and doing an absolute bang-up job of playing through Lake Inua and Murder Mystery Machine. I also relate very much to not being very good at games, so solidarity there. I can't believe we're actually at the end of our event. It's been 5 days of incredible indie gaming, and I have had such a good time hosting this event for you all, putting a whole bunch of games similarly to Teeny Giant on my Steam library while I was backstage, virtual backstage. I was sat here just playing Dorfromantik. It's really good. It just rules. So if you haven't already, please go and check out the demo for Dorfromantik and all the other incredible games. Indie Arena Booth really gives so many creators the platform to show so many people around the world the breadth of stories that games can tell, and the ways in which this medium, games that is, constantly is being pushed forward. Valentina and Wolf, some of the masterminds behind Indie Arena Booth, are with me now and have some words to say before we officially say goodbye. So, hello.
Hello.
Hello, Shay. Hello. We were saying backstage that, you know, I've done this like 2 years in a row now and still haven't met these guys in person, which makes me very sad. Very,
Yes.
very sad. But
Yes.
hopefully soon. Hopefully soon.
Next
I
year,
think
hopefully.
I think we all had the small hope, right? Like in the beginning of the year, that there would be some hybrid-y something, although it didn't really felt like the moment yet, because I think everybody was still processing with the whole vaccination, and then some countries being further and not further. And since we're one global family, it seemed like a small wish that something physical could somehow happen, but obviously that was not working. But I think for all of us it felt as exhausting and wonderful and beautiful as a real Gamescom. So yeah, really nice.
Really nice. Yeah, we got some of that realness thrown in there for good measure. I'm sure that you both are very much looking forward to napping for
Yes.
hours and hours after this.
Yes, I am.
Well, I know that you had some stats and some numbers. I say stats sounds really boring, but I promise they're not. They're very crucial parts to this event that made it all the incredible event that it was.
Okay.
So hit me with them.
We have our, since we're Germans, we prepared a couple of super interesting numbers. We have a couple of spreadsheets here prepared, here and there, super entertaining.
You will do a screen share with this Excel card.
Yeah. I mean, it's beautiful. It's entertaining. It has like 5 different colors. Come on.
5 different colors in this economy?
Yeah, inside the Excel table. Yeah. So yeah, but it's like, to be honest, and I really liked it also about maybe one of the first things, the award show yesterday. So much for moderating it together. It was so beautiful. Also, all the people that were giving away the awards, like Alana Pierce, Budi, and also I think that this year, for the first time, not only the winners won money, but also the nominees won money, which I think means a lot, because already being nominated is like crazy. And so I'm basically doing the same thing that Budi did. There's nothing on those cards. It's just like ideas for trailers.
You just want to show off that you have different colored cards.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I was trying to find anything that could be resembled as a card, but I don't have. Yeah, I just have this posted. So like, sorry for stealing the magic here. But those cards are not real, but our numbers are real. And we can officially say thank you to 15,000 players that checked out the World of Indie Arena booth, which is super amazing. And just to give you an idea how much fun apparently they had with all our developers, last year they only stayed for 10 minutes in average inside the game world. And this year we're almost at 2 hours. So people were checking out the developers, were checking out the beautiful design worlds, our level designers and the whole crew at Supercrown developing the game and the game world from month and month and month. So that made us really happy. And also, fun fact, 500 people actually finished the game. So that actually, from those 15,500 people, and I'm not good at math, but there's a percentage to this, which is interesting. Yeah, 5. No, I really don't know. Shit, why didn't I write anything on those cards? But yeah, a lot of people, actually like 500 people, really finished it through the whole game. And just as a quick side story, so I was the design director on the project, and we squeezed in a lot of game design ideas and everything else. And I was able to finish the game 15 minutes before it went live. And I had this stupid paper. I think I can't. Yeah, this is like actually how it looks as a game designer if you want to finish it. So those are all the XP points inside the game that you need to find to make it to level 50. And yeah, it worked. It was quite complex, but super fun. And we had so many ideas and jokes inside of it to make sure that people just stroll around the world and discover all the developers and get rewarded for it. So that worked really great.
Yeah, that's so in depth. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, I can barely count to 10. I'm like, geez, that's incredible.
We neither.
And
we just now.
And now, yeah. And I mean, now we're just getting started. Going to the next cards. I'm going to number drop a little bit more, because numbers are emotions, right? So we want to act on an emotional term here. So 75,000 stickers were collected. 20,000 chat messages were sent. 50,000 emojis were fired. Yeah, I think that's okay. The other numbers are overwhelming and super nice, but yeah. But also something that we really like, 700 people filled out our survey in game. So 700 people told us their opinion, what they thought about Indie Arena booth and all the developers and why they were there. And I don't know, we were a bit blown away. The recommendation rate for Indie Arena booth was at 95%. So apparently people really seem to enjoy. So there's like the team is so incredibly proud that we were able to put those goals that we had for all the developers to give them a good online event, because especially for indies after this year with so many shows and expensive streams where they couldn't be considered because they're just too pricey, right? And I can totally understand it, like everybody's fighting for digital attention, but we just wanted to make sure at Indie Arena booths with the curated lineup that we get like the best out for the developers. And I'm really, really happy that also the game design ideas and changes inside the world help them to get so much extra traffic and interaction, and also brought, like, I think, a little bit of joy and fun in the world. So yeah, that made me extremely happy. So thanks for everybody also taking part of the survey, giving your valuable opinion. That definitely helps us to improve the next version of Indie Arena Booth Online and upcoming Super Crowd events. So thanks a lot for that.
That makes me really happy. I'm like, that's genuinely incredible. I think like a big part of. Oh wait, are there more? Are there
Yes,
more numbers?
Yes, of course. I'm just
But
getting
just
started.
throw-
I mean, next one is actually about you, Shay. So, like, thanks so much for doing an amazing job. Also with like Andrea on the segments on accessibility and diversity. I'm really, really happy again about this phenomenal editorial piece that you guys put together. It was really, really fun. And I can proudly say that over 1 million people watched it. So
Watched you.
that's yeah. Yes, you've been seen by 1 million people, and
Wow.
that's sick. That's crazy, right?
That is
so yeah,
a
apparently.
ridiculous number. Wow. I'm like 1 million pairs of eyeballs. Whoa.
And I mean, as you all know, you all did it by yourself. There was no Nerdstar team or no Kirsten or no gang behind it preparing it for months, or no Mark in the streaming show, which is the moment where obviously, like, we thank also the whole team behind the streaming show and everybody being involved in it. Also, all the partners helping out, and Mark and his team with Nerdstar, they did an incredible job. And obviously, yeah, it was like 5 days of programs, so even I think a day more than last year, Valentina. I'm not quite sure.
Yes.
I am quite sure. So
I don't know, to be honest, why, but it was amazing.
Yeah.
I think last year it was like, okay, we want to show more games, and okay, let's have another day. So that's the background.
Yeah, and I mean, although we cut down on the curated lineup, actually by a lot, like looking at what we had last year, where we had like felt the mission after the pandemic started and everything else, that like no indie should be left behind, and we like had those like 220 games or 250 games, something that this year in our curated lineup, to make sure that indie gets a bit more of the digital attention. We went down to 120. I think that was really good, but still, obviously, we could have run the show for 10 days or 15 days and still wouldn't have like all like give attention to all the beautiful titles inside of it. I think 5's good. 5's good though.
Five is good. 5 is enough. I think
I saw
Five
the
is
light
enough.
go out in Valentina's eyes when you said 10. It was like,
no.
And here's the big surprise that we have. We're airing another 10 days because it's so much fun. Bye. Yeah. No. I think that's definitely cool. I'm just checking. I think I might have a couple of more numbers that we actually went through. Maybe something about the Steam Festival. I think you're all like. I think we didn't have much time to play, obviously, but all the fans out there checking out the games.
I did.
And
I did today. I
Oh,
played
really?
a lot of the demos. Yeah, and I was super happy because finally I found some time to play. And the Steam event was amazing, to be honest. Like, there were 71 demos. We had 114 games in total participating. And we also had we had a GOG event, and Steam and GOG, they supported us so much once again this year. It was super nice. And what I heard from the devs, they are active in our Discord. They wrote as well that they had a lot of wishlist additions and good player feedback, which is super important. So I'm really happy about that. And I think it turned out super nice. I'm just happy.
so you should be. Yeah.
Which is also to bore you with a couple of extra numbers here. Like, we've been doing this for 8 years now, normally in the physical stage. And this is also like a moment, like one of our longest standing partners, obviously, is the Cologne Exhibition Center, but also the Game Union. And the point is that already in the physical years, they've already been supporting us with being able to have this massive booths there, right? That was really, really great. But obviously in this year, we had for the first time the partnership in that sense that we took care or that the indies feel welcome, right, at Gamescom, and I think that was a wonderful partnership. So thanks a lot for that. And what I wanted to say here is that what did I want to say? I should have really written something on the cards. What could I want to say? Actually, I think I have too many numbers open, to be honest.
That's fine. I want to say something. I want to say that I really enjoyed seeing what all the exhibitors did with their booths. Like, I saw that they used this space as a digital meeting space with their communities. I saw super cute videos on Twitter of people like making advertisement for their booth, and also like I think Rusty Lake, they did a Q&A live at their booth with a lot of people of their community. Others did, I think the Out of Line devs, they made like a scavenger hunt or something. And I really loved to see what all the streamers did and all of the devs, like they were really making the best out of the booth. And it felt like a real community event. And this is what really made me happy. And this is what Indie Arena booth is about. Aside of having really good games, it's about having a connection with devs and with their communities. And I think it worked out quite well this year. So this is, it really fills my heart with joy.
And I actually
you saw
found
it
out
like day in day out, like when I was gonna say you saw it day in day out when people would come and drop by the chat. You know, they would be like, I was here yesterday, like I saw you playing this game, like I can't wait to see this one. So it is, you know, we have really built up a community here. What were you gonna say, Wolf?
Yeah, I actually found out my long detour about the Kölnmesse and Gamescom and everything else, because there was really something about the physical and digital connections. Like one thing that already happened really, really well, which is actually way better than physical, because if you are like attending at Gamescom, right, for 5 days and you have people playing your demo, you know, it takes maybe 20, 30 minutes, you have people queuing up, and you have an average of, even if you like get a lot of traffic and stuff, you get like 50 people per day playing your demo. And then on 5 days, it's 250 people, yada, yada, yada. And already last year, we saw that I think an average of 5,000 demos were downloaded from all the games, which already shows that like the potential the digital event has in that sense to get like so much user feedback from the people online that, you know, might not like missed being a fan of this wonderful demo because they couldn't wait in the queue or the other people couldn't stand there. So that's what we already saw last year. That makes so much sense that the demos are like not really measured down to time and space, but basically everybody could check them out, which I think that's a super great advantage. And so I'm therefore super glad for the team that put together the two events there. And super excited. And I know what I'm gonna do next week. Sleep. And play demos.
I wishlisted all the games. I bought a lot of games. I know what I'm going to do next week. Exactly.
I will be doing the same thing. Like I always joke to people that I spend a lot of my time talking about games, but I'm like, after last year and then this year, I was like, oh, I'm going to play so many video games that I'm not even going to know what to do with myself after. Yes, so good. So good. Well, I don't have anything else apart from a bit of a soppy goodbye. Was there anything else from the two of you?
I think one last big thank you to everyone who participated, to everyone who watched, to everyone who made this happen, to the whole team, like the devs, the level builders, the QA people, our amazing volunteers who moderated all of the chat on each day, and to everyone involved, to our PR agencies. I will not start counting, telling names, because I'm sure I will miss someone, and that would be sad. So thanks to everyone involved. Thank you, Shay, for doing such an incredible job. I'm really happy that we found you and that you are part of Indie Arena booth forever now.
Forever, you've got me. I'm not going anywhere.
Yay!
Yeah, maybe last thing, because Valentina can say that about herself, although she would be potentially like, thanks a lot, Valentina.
To me, I did an incredible job.
What? Yeah, I think I did an incredible job. Everyone's saying that. No. Thanks so much, Valentina, for like again pulling off a wonderful edition of Indie Arena booth with the whole team at Supercrowd and everyone involved. It's been amazing. And the thing, and now I'm going to give you a prize. The thing you always wanted, my 8-bit
Oh God,
glasses.
no.
You always wanted to have them. You always said how cool I look in those glasses, and now they're yours. I don't deserve them
He
anymore.
called me
You can have-
before this show and asked me if he could wear this, and I said no.
And it's also really, really annoying because they're super sharp here, because they're really like totally, like very, very straight lines, and they hurt like hell. And there's also spider webs on it because I just found them behind the drawer. And now they're yours, Valentina.
Hey, thank you.
No more flowers anymore.
Amazing.
You get like
Hey, wow,
3D glasses
thank
cut
you.
yourself.
Okay, on that note, right? Hey.
It has been such an honor hosting and being part of something like this. I am genuinely so lucky to have been invited to this event last year and this year. So thank you very much to the two of you, to everybody else at Supercrowd, to the team at Nerdstar. Thank you to chat for dealing with me. Thank you to the people of Germany for watching me butcher your language, trying to pronounce.
Okay, good.
I can't. I've embarrassed myself too many times. My ego is like decimated. I can't. Yeah. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, chat. I have been your host for Indie Arena Booth Online, Shay Thompson. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Tschüss.
Wake up, jump up. Can you feel this? Hold up. Wake up, jump up. Let's mix it up, blow up. Wake up, jump up. Can you feel this? Hold up. Wake up, jump up. Let's mix it up, blow up. Wake up, jump up. Can you feel this? Hold up. Wake up, jump up. Let's mix it up, blow up.